I wrote the original details of this event in my private field journal in 1957. I'm posting this now, nearly 7 decades later, because I've reached an age where I no longer fear professional reprisal. The official report filed with the U.S. Forest Service mentioned a localized lightning strike and chemical burn, a narrative I was heavily encouraged to uphold. Given the recent resurgence of interest in certain cold case phenomena, I believe this record must be shared, regardless of my professional standing. This occurred in the fall of 1957, deep in the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia, and I was serving as a junior liaison for a private timber operation, responsible for surveying potential new cutting lines near a remote peak. My crew consisted of 2 loggers who we'll call Frank and Billy. We were a 3-day hike from the nearest fire road. Our final night on the ridge was when the phenomena began. Around 1:30 a.m., I was woken up by an intense, silent illumination. I initially thought that it was a flare, a distress signal from a distant civilian pilot. I rushed out of the tent. The light wasn't coming from the sky. It was coming from over the next ridge, about a mile away. It was a silent, brilliant, pure green-white flash. It lasted maybe 3 seconds, followed by a dense, metallic smell on the wind, like ozone mixed with sulfur. We called out, checked our radio, but found nothing, and eventually attributed it to a strange electrical storm that we didn't hear. The next morning, however, that changed everything. We found the spot where the light originated. It was a small, circular clearing, maybe 50 feet in diameter, where the forest floor was scorched. But the burn was unlike anything caused by lightning or wildfire. The damage was confined solely to the forest floor, extending in a perfect ring. The grass, soil, and small shrubs were baked to a brittle brown crust. Crucially, every tree inside the circle was untouched, but every pine needle on the ground was gone, vanished. The whole area smelled intensely of ozone and burnt copper. We spent the afternoon mapping the site. Frank was digging a soil sample near the perimeter when he unearthed a clump of strange, gelatinous black residue. It was sticky, warm to the touch, and it rapidly dissolved when exposed to the air. We documented the finding, deciding to return to camp early. The atmosphere felt wrong, heavy, pressing, and too silent. It was Billy who first called it out, but the usual sounds of the forest, the wind through the pines, the cicadas, it was all absent. That night was when the entity was seen. We had a small fire going, and around 10 p.m., again, Billy noticed it first. He pointed, his hand shaking so violently that he dropped his coffee cup. "Look up," he whispered, "above the notch." Above the highest ridge to the north, silently and perfectly suspended, was a shape. It seemed enormous. I estimate its height was at least 10 feet. It wasn't hovering in the air. It was suspended just above the tallest pine trees, maybe 70 feet up. The creature was roughly humanoid, but impossibly tall and tapered. It was shrouded in what looked like heavy black pleated fabric or a dark vinyl. It had no discernible head or neck, but instead a cowl or a hood that seemed to be formed from stiff, bright metallic plating. This plating wasn't reflective, though. It was matte, dark, bronze, and shaped like an ace of spades. It was absolutely silent, hovering with unnatural stillness, backlit only by the moon itself. The terror wasn't just visual, it was physical. As I stared up, my hearing suddenly overloaded. I wasn't hearing a voice or a roar. I was hearing a continuous, paralyzing electronic hum. A sound that vibrated not in my ears, but in my bones, my skull. It felt like my teeth were vibrating, that they would fall out any minute. Then, the true horror. A series of 3 or 4 bright green-white lights appeared on the creature's chest. They pulsed slowly, not like a lantern, but like a gauge or a heart monitor. The moment they lit up, I felt a wave of agonizing paralysis rush through my body. I couldn't move my arms. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even turn to look at the others. I could only stand there, staring while that high-pitched electronic hum vibrated through me. I remember thinking, it's surveying us. The creature floated there for what felt like 10 minutes, those green lights pulsing, the paralyzing hum continuing. And then, without a sound or motion to signal its departure, the lights clicked off, and the figure simply vanished. It didn't fly away. It was just gone. When the hum stopped, the paralysis broke, and I collapsed. That's when I noticed Billy and Frank were already lying on the ground, retching, sobbing. They couldn't remember anything after seeing the metallic shape. They had a complete gap in their memory, covering the entire paralysis event. They only remembered the initial shock of seeing the figure and the subsequent wave of nausea. I was the only one who remembered the metallic hood, the 3 lights. I was the only one who remembered anything. We abandoned the camp immediately, stumbling out of the forest into the dark. I never spoke of the lights or the paralysis to the authorities. They asked about the scorched earth, and I told them the lie about the lightning strike. To this day, I believe that the creature's paralyzing hum and the flashing lights were not a threat, but a form of localized scanning, an energy field that temporarily wiped the consciousness of anyone it deemed insignificant. It seemed to need our energy. Maybe it's because I chose to write a lot of things down, but I remember it all, 22 years later. That perfect circle, that towering metallic shape. It was silently observing us like we were biological samples to be documented and forgotten. Alien? I don't know. But if anyone else has ever encountered an object that emitted an electronic hum in the 1950s, I need to know if you also experienced the memory lapse. New moms already get labeled as tired or hormonal or overwhelmed, and I was all of those things, but I was also right. I knew what I heard that night was strange and real. Our daughter was 3 weeks old. We were staying at my in-laws' place because they insisted that they could help us sleep and recover. Their house sits on 5 acres at the end of a long gravel driveway, with a big field out back and a tree line that swallows whatever light the porch tries to throw at it. The first couple of nights were uneventful, just the usual newborn chaos, cluster feeding, half-dreaming, dozing, the weird way every pipe in an unfamiliar house makes a different noise. I kept telling myself that the nighttime panic would pass once my body remembered how to be a person again. Then around 2 a.m., on a Tuesday, while I was half sitting up in bed feeding the baby, I heard a child crying outside. Not an infant. This wasn't that sharp, breathy newborn cry. This was a little older, toddler maybe, wavering, like whoever it was had been crying long enough to be tired, even though I'd just started hearing it. I froze mid-rock. The window next to me was cracked open a few inches because we overheated the room earlier that day. The crying was drifting in through that gap, faint, but obviously a child, outside. I leaned toward the window, holding my breath to listen harder. And for a second, I thought, this is the sleep deprivation. This is my brain pretending. So I whispered to my husband, "Wake up. Listen. Tell me if you hear that." He sat up, hair sticking straight up. He blinked at me like I was speaking Greek. "Do you hear that?" I repeated. "Crying outside." He rubbed his face and said, "Honey, there's nobody out there. It's late. You're just..." And right as he said that, the crying got louder. He heard it. I saw the recognition hit his eyes. He wasn't confused anymore. He wasn't humoring me. He heard it. He got out of bed so fast he stumbled. "Where's it coming from?" he asked, already reaching toward the window like he could grab the sound. "I don't know," I said. "But I think I see something by the tree line." And I did. It was this hulking shadow. Clearly not a tree, not some small animal either, and certainly not a child. Perhaps something large carrying a child. "Don't go out there," I told him. "Please, don't go." He was already halfway into his jeans. The crying kept drifting, thin and echoing, like it was in the yard but moving, or shifting direction without footsteps. Before he could reach the back door, we heard footsteps in the hallway. It was his parents. They must have heard me panicking. His dad pushed open our door and whispered, "What's wrong? What happened?" My husband said, "Do you hear that? There's a kid outside." They listened. Silence for 3 seconds. Then the crying came again, and it was louder. Right near the tree line, behind the house, closest to it. My mother-in-law ran to a window and put her hand over her mouth. My father-in-law followed and muttered something like, "That's odd." My husband and I shuffled toward the back sliding door, like we were part of one animal, nobody wanting to be the first to stand closest to the glass. The crying had stopped and started in odd intervals, like a recording being played by someone who didn't understand how crying works or how humans breathe. But we were all looking at the same thing. It was this outline of something huge, as in taller than the shed it was standing next to now. It was broad, shoulders really high, like they were attached at the wrong place. A torso that didn't narrow where it should, long arms that looked like they dangled too close to the ground. But it was also completely still. And the crying, it was coming from that shape. My stomach dropped so quickly that I gripped the back of a chair nearby. My husband whispered, "What the hell is that?" But none of us had words big enough or small enough or sane enough to answer. "We're calling the police," my father-in-law said. "Right now. It could be someone messing around or somebody hurt, but nobody goes out there." My mother-in-law was already dialing, telling dispatch that we heard a child crying and a large figure near the woods. She didn't even try to describe it. Just said a person or an animal or something big. By the time the deputies arrived, lights sweeping across the field, the silhouette was long gone. The crying had stopped the moment we started turning on all of the lights outside. The police searched the property, the woods, the ditch beyond the trees, the shed, the chicken coop, walked the field with flashlights slicing through the grass for hours. And they found nothing, not even footprints or trampled brush. There were no animals large enough to match the height of what we saw. It's just not possible. But there's no evidence that anyone had ever been there, regardless of its size. One deputy came back scratching his head and asked if maybe we heard a fox and saw a weird shadow. But foxes don't stand 8 feet tall at the tree line. And a fox doesn't cry like a toddler, calling for their mom. Not possible. He could see in our faces that this wasn't a fox story. He took our names, told us to lock up for the night, drove away slower than they usually do, I'm sure. We didn't go back to sleep. We moved into the guest room with the baby, shut the door, and listened to every creak that the old house had to offer. Every window felt like a mouth, and every shadow felt alive. I kept thinking, whatever that thing was, I think it knew we had a baby. It wanted our attention. The next morning we packed and we went home early. It was finally time. My in-laws understood. I mean, we all saw the same impossible silhouette at the tree line. So they didn't bother asking if I'd imagined it. Still, what did we see? This happened in the summer of 1986. I'm posting now because my nephew, the young fool, keeps talking about going off-grid near the reservation boundary to find himself. So I'm putting this in writing, somewhere permanent. Back then, I was 18, and like a lot of young people, I thought the stories were just stories. Respect the land, respect the stories, but don't believe them. I found out the hard way that when you push past the respectful boundaries, you find out why those warnings were put there in the first place. My older brother James and I had packed my father's old pickup and driven out far, past the last paved road, past the last homestead, to camp in the canyons near the New Mexico border. We wanted to see if we could find the old ruins our grandfather had talked about. We were about 5 miles in on foot, hiking a narrow, twisted wash, when we realized the heat, the terrain, and our casual arrogance had combined to get us utterly lost. The sun was dropping fast, turning the canyon walls a violent orange and purple. We were arguing about which bend in the wash looked familiar when we heard a voice. "You boys look like you could use a hand." We both jumped. Standing atop a 20-foot bank of red shale, completely still, was a man. He was dark-skinned, wearing clothes that looked 20 years out of date, a heavy denim jacket, even though it was 100 degrees, and worn leather boots. The strangest detail was his hat, a crisp, new-looking white Stetson that seemed impossible to keep clean in that dust. He offered to guide us to the main trail. He said his sheep were grazing just over the ridge. This was odd. We hadn't seen a single sheep all day. No tracks or anything. We were a little too desperate to argue. We climbed up to him. He was unnervingly friendly, with a smile that was a bit too fixed, like an advertisement. He introduced himself as Joe. As we started walking, he fell into a step between James and me. And that's when the small things started to get weird. First, I noticed his gait. The way he moved was fundamentally strange. He wasn't walking, he was gliding. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground. The stride was almost humorous. He never once stumbled or kicked up dust. James and I were, so if I hadn't been paying attention, I might not have noticed. But James noticed it too, shooting me a nervous look when Joe wasn't watching. Then there was Joe's voice. It started out normal enough, but it was like he was shifting his cadence. One minute he sounded like an elderly relative telling a slow, deliberate story. The next he'd use a phrase that belonged to a kid my age, complete with 80s slang, but without the appropriate youthful inflection. It was like he was trying on different voices, practicing. He had sunglasses on, which was normal. But when the sun finally dipped and he took them off, I saw his eyes. They were a dark, flat brown, but they had absolutely no reflection or depth. You could shine a flashlight directly into them, and they wouldn't reflect the light back. I was sure of it. They were dark pits, absorbing everything and reflecting nothing. Joe started guiding us deeper into the canyon, not toward a trail that I was familiar with. But hey, we were lost. I started to notice, though, we were going toward a narrow box canyon known locally as the throat. "This way's faster," Joe insisted, that permanent smile still on his face. "My cousin lives through here, and he has a truck." James stopped dead and grabbed me. "Wait, Joe. That canyon, it leads to a drop-off. My grandfather told us that." The smile on Joe's face didn't change, but his eyes locked onto James. The air suddenly felt cold. But it was the kind of cold that the desert never gets. Then, Joe spoke. But the voice wasn't his. It was a sickening imitation of my mother's voice, pleading and panicked. "James, please." My brother gasped, his eyes wide with horror. That voice, it came from this grinning thing in a white hat. I could see that my brother wasn't going to move. I shoved James against the canyon wall. I grabbed a heavy walking stick, and I turned to face Joe. But he wasn't there. No one was there. But we weren't off that easy. There was a sound. It was a wet, clicking noise, like bones grinding together against skin and muscle. I grabbed James, and we ran. We swung the stick as we ran, and we just kept running. Eventually, you could feel the shift, the desert back to its normal temperature, absent of this screeching, wet sound. We caught our breath and decided we didn't have a clue where we were, and the darkness wasn't helping. We had no choice but to try to stay until the light was back. It was a rather sleepless night. Each of us positive we kept hearing things, voices. Every sound, big or small, was enough to keep us awake until sunrise. We made it out that morning, finally found the truck. We never told anyone about what happened. It was basically our secret. Everyone had already told us not to go. Which is why I tell my nephew, respect the warnings, respect the land, and don't accept guidance from someone who appears in the middle of nowhere, wearing a brand new white hat or something else off, 'cause that ain't no guide. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else in the Tri-County area has seen anything like this. I've been farming this land, which has been in my family since 1904, and I've dealt with coyotes, timber wolves, occasionally a stray black bear. I know animal damage. This is not animal damage. It started about 3 weeks ago, right when the first serious winter storm hit. We'd had a few feet of snow, and the temperature hadn't been above zero for days. Out here in central Wisconsin, you don't call the day off. You check your perimeter, you check your stock, and you fix what's broke. My task that day was repairing the main barbed wire stretch along the back 40, bordering the state forest. A big drift had taken down a section of wire, and I had to replace a dozen posts. Now, my posts aren't the cheap wooden kind. They're heavy-duty, reinforced, $30 a pop steel T-posts, driven 3 feet down into the frozen ground with a hydraulic driver. They don't break. They bend. When I got to the damaged section, the drift was massive. But what I saw underneath the snow was wrong. The wire was broken, yes, but the steel T-post at the corner was snapped clean off, about 6 inches above the ground. It was bent. It was sheared. It looked like someone had hit it with a small excavator. I figured maybe a snowmobile went off trail, but there were no tracks, just snow. As I dug out the post, I noticed something else. Clear in the remaining crust of the snow were tracks. They were huge, bigger than my hand, and they were mostly canine. They had 4 distinct toes, massive pads, and clear claw marks. But they were spaced impossibly far apart, and had a strange heavy heel mark that suggested they were made by something that occasionally walked upright. I replaced the post, telling myself it was a massive, deformed wolf. This next part was the next night. My farmhouse is sturdy, but isolation is isolation. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a terrible noise outside the bedroom window. It wasn't a growl or a howl. It was a high-pitched, desperate sound, a human-like whimper. It sounded exactly like a person freezing to death, whimpering and crying, right outside the glass. I threw on my coat and grabbed the spotlight. The sound stopped instantly when the light hit the yard, where there was nothing, not even any tracks in the snow. It was just silence. The fear wasn't immediate. The annoyance was. Some kids messing with the old farmer. But the sheer isolation and the temperature ruled that out pretty quick. The whimpering continued, sporadically, for the next 2 nights. Always around the same time, always followed by an extremely deep, shuddering, guttural growl that seemed to shake the window panes. It sounded like the growl was meant to silence the whimper. I put it out of my head until I went back to the fence line 3 days later. I was finishing up the repairs from the initial break when I heard a branch snap deep inside the forest, toward the west boundary. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars. The trees are dense pines, mostly black shadow this time of year. But I saw something. It wasn't even hiding. It was standing maybe 50 yards in, right at the edge of the woods, where the field starts. It was standing on 2 legs. It was built like a human, tall, maybe 7 feet, with heavy, sloped shoulders. But it was covered in dense, shaggy, dark fur. Its face was clearly canine, with a long muzzle, pointed ears, and eyes that reflected the dim light with a yellow-green intensity. I stood there frozen. What kind of joke was this? Field glasses pressed against my eyes. I'm a tough man. I've seen birth and death on this farm, but I'd never seen anything like this, so utterly and violently out of place. It radiated a kind of impatient, predatory intelligence that chills me even now. It didn't move for maybe 10 seconds. It just stared at me. Then, it did 2 things that confirmed this was not a prank or an optical illusion. First, it let out that same deep, rumbling growl, a sound that felt more like thunder in my chest than noise in my ears. Second, it moved. It didn't turn around and walk away. It dropped onto all 4s, transforming instantly into a massive, sprinting wolf shape, but still too large, too muscular. It covered the 50 yards in 3 giant bounds and disappeared into the trees on the north side. It was gone in under 2 seconds. I dropped my binoculars and ran back to the tractor. I didn't stop shaking until I was back inside the house. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't attacking my livestock. Didn't even appear to be hungry. Just breaking the fence because, it knew I'd come out to fix it. Sending me a message of some kind. Well, I've been here a lot longer than this thing. At least I think. I don't know what it is. I only know that the beast is not just wandering. It's monitoring. It knows that I'm watching this territory. Was it dropped here? Has it always been here? I don't know. But the whimpering is back outside. I can hear it every other night. It's softer, but it's there. When I've been asked about the strangest job I've ever had, no one's expecting the story to be what it is. Maybe a bad boss, a toxic workplace. They never expect the one that actually kept me up at night. The job I couldn't quit, even though I knew deep down I was sharing those walls with something impossible. It was 1993, a year when the job market had swallowed itself whole in our corner of Massachusetts. I was 22, freshly laid off from a factory job in Leominster, and staring at a stack of bills that looked more like a retaining wall than envelopes. That's when I ended up at the Route 12 Motor Court, about a 30-minute drive outside of Fitchburg. It wasn't a motel exactly, it was a blight. 2 U-shaped buildings of crumbling vinyl siding and permanently stained carpeting, run by a man named Duffy. Old Man Duffy, everyone called him. Crusty, perpetually smelling of cigar smoke and regret. The deal was simple. Minimum wage for the night desk shift, plus a tiny, free employee efficiency apartment tacked into the main office. I needed the free rent more than I needed to breathe. The apartment was a shoebox, but the location was the real problem. The back wall of my bedroom was shared with room 106. On my first night, Duffy made a point of nodding toward the wall as he handed me the emergency keyring. Room 106 is sealed, kid. Structural issues, used for storage, but we never open it. Hasn't seen a paying customer since '82, so leave it be. I didn't care. I was too busy calculating how many double shift weeks it would take to clear my debt. The motel's weirdness to me was the peeling wallpaper and the sound of the highway hum. Nothing supernatural, just plain depressing. I was a skeptic by nature, too pragmatic and broke to believe in ghosts. The tapping started 3 weeks into the job. It was faint, just a rhythmic thumb tap against the drywall, right where my headboard sat. It always started around 2 a.m., after the last late check-in had shuffled off and the old boiler had settled into its grumbling cycle. I tried to rationalize it. Rats, probably, I thought. The Route 12 motor court had plenty of those. I'd pound on the wall and the tapping would stop for 5 minutes and then start again, slow and persistent-like, as if someone were trying to get my attention using Morse code that they didn't quite remember. I checked the exterior window of room 106. It was dark, heavily draped, had been painted over along the sill, cementing Duffy's claim that it was sealed. I mentioned it to Duffy once. He just grunted. "It's the pipes, Ian. Ignore it." But the pipes didn't whisper. I remember one night it was snowing, and the tapping had stopped. I was almost relieved until it was replaced by a sound that made my skin crawl. Muffled voices. Low, stressed, and indistinct, like listening to an argument through a thick brick wall, except my wall was just flimsy drywall. It sounded like 2 people, maybe a man and a woman. The tone was desperate, rising and falling in sharp, choked bursts. I threw off my blanket and put my ear to the wall. I heard pressure, pain, and a chaotic, unsettling energy. But I couldn't make out a single word, just that the intent was clear. Distress. I sprang up, grabbing the employee master key, fully intending to swing open room 106 to confront whatever manager or idiot guest had decided to break the seal and stash themselves in the utility room. But when I got to the door, I paused. The deadbolt looked untouched. Decades of rust on the exterior plate. Even if someone had broken in, where was the sound coming from now? Standing directly outside the door, the sound was actually fainter than it had been through my bedroom wall. I retreated, baffled and increasingly nauseous. I knew how sound traveled. I knew a human voice when I heard one. There was no one in that room. The thought was heavy, physical. The air in my apartment felt cold and different, suddenly smelling less like old coffee and more like stale cigarette smoke, even though I didn't smoke. I couldn't leave, though. Quitting meant losing my apartment and the only paycheck I had. The fear for me was entirely secondary to the economic anxiety. The impossible phenomena from room 106 became another unwelcome roommate. Something I had to endure along with the leaky faucet and the broken thermostat. I became adept at blocking it out, trying to focus on balancing the ledger, but sometimes a clear word would cut through the din. And one night around 3:30 a.m., I was half dozing in the chair when the whispering spiked. I shot up, listening intently, and for a split second, I heard a clear, ragged male voice. It uttered a single chilling syllable. "Brenda." It sounded like a scream, swallowed by water. Then silence. Absolute, crushing silence. I knew then it wasn't rats or the pipes or managers. It was a loop, a sound clip from the past playing on a frequency only the drywall could pick up, or only I could hear. That, or I was losing my mind. It was a residual haunting, though. This desperate, echoing energy of a moment of crisis trapped in that dilapidated box of a room. It's possible, isn't it? I finally cornered Duffy the next morning, my eyes red from the lack of sleep. "Duffy, what happened in room 106? Can you just tell me?" He looked tired, older than his 60 years, and for once he wasn't looking at the ledger. "It was years ago, kid. A domestic thing. Bad time. Bad woman. Brenda, I think. Never mind. Just forget it. It's the past. Let it be. We don't go in there. And kid, just ignore it. You're getting a good deal here." I tried. I really did. I just lived with the sounds for the next 2 months, trying to keep the image of whatever happened over there out of my head as I rang up truck drivers and salesmen. But one night, it ended. Not the noises, the job. A building inspector finally roused from their long slumber, condemned the entire office structure due to years of systemic neglect, a collapsing foundation, and a failure to address a major water main break. Duffy was given 48 hours to vacate and seal the buildings permanently. Which means, so did I. As I packed my last box of cheap novels, Duffy was standing guard in the hallway looking lost. I had to know. I pointed at the locked door of room 106. "Since you're sealing everything forever, can I just look? Just once?" Duffy hesitated, but then he unlocked the heavy deadbolt. The door creaked open, smelling musty and unused. It definitely wasn't a storage room. It was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, just dust. I walked to the shared wall where I had heard the muffled cries, where I'd heard everything. And there it was, a large, ugly scorch mark low on the wall, as if someone had been pushed up against it, held there until it burned. I didn't touch anything or examine it further. It was so eerie, I decided to leave. Duffy cut my last check and I hit the road. I lived out of my car for a while, but eventually settled down, and any place I went after that was comparably better. All better than sleeping next to an empty room that was screaming at night. There are some fears you grow out of. The dark, the clown in the sewer drain, and possibly the monster under your bed. And then there are fears that stay with you. They calcify, becoming a solid, unmoving pillar in the architecture of your adulthood. For me, that pillar is antique mirrors, especially the tall ones. I was 10 years old, perhaps 11, when Great-Aunt Clara died. I'd never met her. She was a vague, spectral figure even when she was alive. My mother's elderly relative who lived reclusively on a freezing remote stretch of lake somewhere near the Maine border. When she passed, Mother was next of kin, responsible for clearing out the property. It was a chore that she resented, driving 8 hours to wade through the remnants of a stranger's isolated life. Mother returned with a few boxes of inherited junk, yellowed linens, some chipped porcelain, and one spectacularly monstrous piece of furniture. It was a cheval mirror, standing nearly 7 feet tall, framed in heavily carved, dense mahogany that was almost black. The silvering of the glass was deeply tarnished, giving the reflection a cloudy, aged appearance, one that seemed to absorb the light rather than bounce it back. It was too big and beautiful to just toss, Mother reasoned, her voice echoing the pragmatism that usually anchored our suburban household. And it's quite valuable. It ended up in my bedroom, a suburban 10-year-old space suddenly invaded by an object that felt millennia old. The mirror's presence was immediate and oppressive. It didn't feel like furniture. It felt like a large, silent stranger staring at me. I started noticing that my room, which faced the warm afternoon sun, always felt colder now. The mirror seemed to reflect a version of my room that was dimmer. It was not the reflection itself that bothered me, but what the reflection showed behind me. I'd be sitting at my desk, meticulously copying a lesson, and in the corner of the mirror, I'd see a blur of movement. Not mine, something else. A quick, indistinct shift in the shadows behind my chair. It would make my head snap around, but when I turned, the space was always empty. The wall was bare, the door closed. Nothing. The dread didn't come from the fear of a monster, but from the horrifying realization that the glass was showing me something that didn't exist in my physical room. The mirror was showing me a truth that my reality denied. It was an object that inverted logic, and as a child, that felt paralyzing. I developed an acute physical aversion to turning around. Every part of my body told me to check, to confirm the emptiness of the room. But the fear of what the mirror would reveal if I didn't turn was a much greater terror. I became practiced at my peripheral vision, watching the mirror from the corner of my eye as I did my homework, my entire body tense and prepared to jump. The figures in the glass, they were never clear. They were always on the edge of my vision, always blurry and shapeless, like heavy gray smoke. Sometimes, if I stared hard at my own reflection, trying to see past myself, I could almost discern a tall, wavering shape near the corner of the frame, almost like someone standing just outside a heavy rainstorm, their silhouette obscured by the water. My mother, a kind but fiercely rational woman, noticed my deteriorating state. I started sleeping fully clothed, facing the wall, or else I'd spend 20 minutes arranging blankets to cover the mirror, knowing the whole time that whatever was in the glass was watching me fumble with the cloth. "Eleanor, you need to stop watching those scary movies," she'd say gently, pulling the sheet down to show me nothing was there. "It's just an old piece of furniture." She could look at it without flinching because she saw a handsome, albeit tarnished, reflection of her living room. I looked at it and saw a portal, a window into a place adjacent to mine, occupied by entities that were finally, agonizingly close. The climax of the experiences came on a miserable, rainy night. I was standing in front of the mirror trying to tie my hair, fighting the urge to look away. I was determined to face the thing. I stared into my own 10-year-old eyes, breathing shallowly. And then, with agonizing slowness. There was a blur behind me, sharpened. Standing perhaps a foot behind my reflection was a terribly tall, dark, heavy-clothed figure. And there was hair. It looked like tangled wire. It was the clearest thing I'd ever seen in the mirror. My hands froze, and the hairbrush suspended inches from my scalp. My brain screamed, "Turn around," but I couldn't. Instead, I looked back into the reflection of my own face, and the face that stared back was not mine. The eyes were dark, hollowed-out sockets. The mouth was stretched open, and there were tears, black like oil, streaming down my contorted cheeks. My reflection, the 10-year-old girl in a blue shirt, was locked behind this other thing, absolutely terrified and pleading. The next thing I remember is falling backward, screaming, scrambling across the carpet. That was the moment that I understood the mirror wasn't showing me some sort of ghost. It was just showing me evil, possibly even showing me from another perspective. Either way, I was hysterical. I couldn't articulate the screaming reflection to my mother. I could only point and sob uncontrollably. Mother saw only the dark, cloudy glass, but she saw the trauma in my face. The mirror had crossed a line, inflicting an actual psychological wound. That night, Mother called an antiques dealer. She didn't believe in hauntings, but she believed in her daughter's peace of mind and money. The price was technically irrelevant. The object had to go. I watched from the kitchen doorway the next morning as two men, thick-armed and oblivious, strapped the mirror to a dolly. As they wheeled this monstrosity toward the front door, I remember catching one final glimpse. It was just my regular, intact reflection. But the edges of the glass weren't still. They seemed like a shimmer, like water. And I looked away. I can honestly say I haven't owned a full-length mirror since. I use a small wall-mounted one. The fear is still there, I guess with any mirrors. Just that sudden, panicked urge to spin around and confirm the emptiness of the room, or not wanting to catch anything in the reflection. Great Aunt Clara's mirror taught me that sometimes the things that watch us from the peripherals, they're just waiting for us to look back before they can show up in our reflection. Maybe. Either way, I've been afraid to let go of that vigilance ever since. I moved into my apartment about 3 months ago. Top floor, corner unit, decent rent, and a view of enough pine trees to trick me into believing I wasn't living above a parking lot. That's the Pacific Northwest for you, I guess. You can be stepping on cigarette butts in one direction and staring at a postcard-worthy tree line in the other. Anyway, the night that this happened was cold. No storm or wind, but it was rainy, damp, everywhere. I was unpacking the last box I'd been pretending not to see, mostly old hiking gear and a tangled headlamp, when I heard something outside. At first, I thought that it was just someone dropping something heavy. Loud, singular thunk. Happens all the time. People in this building seem to treat the dumpster area like a basketball court. But then, it didn't stop. It just kept happening. Short, sharp impacts, uneven in timing. Not rhythmic, but not random either. Kind of frantic. I don't know. I'm not great at describing sounds. The closest thing I can compare it to is someone kicking a door while yelling through it. And yeah, I know how that sounds, but it's the closest thing I've got. I stood there for a second, waiting for it to turn into something normal. Footsteps, maybe laughter, an annoyed, "Hey man, cut it out." But nothing like that happened. Instead, the noises just kept getting louder, sharper, angrier. And then, this is the part I keep going back to, there was this voice, a woman's voice, not screaming exactly, more like trying to scream while someone was covering their mouth. A choked, muffled sound. I swear that's what it was. Or at least that's what I kept telling myself I heard. I said something like, "Seriously?" to no one, grabbed my keys and stepped outside. My apartment opens into this shared upper walkway that faces the parking lot. Straight ahead, pine trees, a strip mall glowing in the distance, and the usual gray sky. Down below, the lot itself, half lit, half shadow. And under that walkway is the building storage area. Cinder block, metal door, ugly fluorescent lights that hum like it's on life support. The sound was coming from that area. I leaned over the railing, squinting. "Hello?" I called out. Not because I expected an answer, but because that's what people do in horror movies before things go wrong. Might as well honor the classics. Nothing answered back, but I could still hear the impacts. Less frequent now. Heavier. Slower. I went down the stairs faster than I probably should have, but it's not because I'm brave. It was more because if I stayed up there listening any longer, I knew I'd freeze. And doing nothing felt worse than doing something. The closer I got to the storage door, the more obvious it was that something violent was happening, or had just happened. It stopped abruptly the second I got within maybe 10 feet. It didn't taper off or fade, it just stopped. Like someone hit pause on chaos. I stood there staring at the door, waiting for something, anything to move. A shadow, a footstep, a breath. Nothing. I didn't open the door. Look, I may be observant, but I'm not stupid. Instead, I stepped back, pulled out my phone, and called the non-emergency police line. Somehow, even that felt a little dramatic, but I didn't know what else to do. The lady who answered sounded bored until I described what I heard. Then she suddenly sounded suspicious in that, "Are you messing with me?" way. She said, "Sir, are you sure you're not calling in some kind of prank?" I repeated, "I'm not," probably 3 times. I do that when I'm nervous, say the same phrase like I'm trying to convince myself as much as them. Eventually she sighed and said that she'd send someone out, but she sounded more annoyed than concerned. I sat on the wooden step outside my building and waited, staring at that metal door like it might blink. It took maybe 8 minutes for the police car to pull in. 2 officers stepped out. One older guy who looked tired of everything, and one younger woman who looked like she wanted to be anywhere else but working nights in our little corner of forested suburbia. I explained everything once again. They listened without much expression. The younger officer gave the older one a look and said, "This area again." "Yeah," he muttered. I don't know why that made my stomach drop a little. Something about the way they said, "again," like this wasn't just a noise complaint or someone arguing loudly. They went to check the storage room. I stayed back on the walkway stairs, feeling stupid and exposed and also weirdly hopeful that they'd find something normal. Like raccoons or a drunk tenant or, hell, even a broke water heater. Anything but what I'd been imagining. But when they opened the door, the room was empty. Completely empty. No signs of a struggle or movement. The younger officer closed the door a little too quickly, like she didn't want to look at the interior longer than necessary. The officer, the older one, walked back over, rubbed the back of his neck. "You said you just moved in, right?" "Yeah," I said. 3 months. He nodded slowly. "Okay, so, look, this is going to sound strange, but you're not the first person to call in noises like that." I must have blinked at him too many times because he added, A year ago, someone was killed in that storage room. The younger officer shot him a warning glance, but he kept going anyway. Woman in her 30s. Domestic dispute. Neighbors reported the sounds. No one got down here in time. He let out a long breath. And every couple of weeks since then, someone hears something. I said something real eloquent like, "Oh." He lowered his voice. "We don't get evidence of anything. Nothing physical. But the reports keep coming." I don't know what to say, so I repeated, "I'm not messing with you," even though no one had asked this time. "We know," he said simply. They took my info and they left. The lot went quiet again. Just the usual soft background hiss of wind through the pines. A sound I'd always loved, but it sort of felt different. Like something was hiding in it. I still walk past that storage door every day. And every day, I swear, I hear not noises exactly. More like the idea of noises. Echoes. Something fading in and out. It's there. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now, but I'm also not saying I don't. I guess that's the best I can do. Out here, the trees remember things, even when the people who live next to them don't. And there are some nights when the air feels heavy, but not like that rain heavy. It sounds like the past, trying to scream through a closed door. You know, when you're in college, you'll take just about any job if the cash is good enough. I was 20, trying to scrape together tuition money in Wilmington, and I found myself in a bizarre corner of Newcastle, Delaware, the historic district. Old money, old houses, and even older secrets, as it turns out. This story is about one of those jobs, house-sitting for the Vandermeer family. A sprawling, imposing 3-story Queen Anne. Think dark, varnished wood that swallowed the light, heavy velvet drapes, and that scent that all truly ancient homes have. The job itself was easy. Keep the lights on, water the ferns, don't let the cat die. Mrs. Vandermeer, a woman who wore more pearls than necessary, had one other very specific rule. "The cellar," she said, nodding toward a discreet, unmarked door tucked away in the back of the service hall. "It's sealed. The door is locked, bolted from the outside. You're never to go down there, Veronica. Ever." I shrugged it off. Basements in these colonial homes are usually just spiders and damp concrete. They said it was unstable, too old, which seemed plausible enough. I accepted the hefty check, waved goodbye to the owners, and settled in to read for my history final. The house was definitely quiet. It wasn't a silence that came with a peaceful home. It was the silence of a tomb. I started getting headaches about a week into my stay there. Not typical tension headaches, mind you. These were deep, throbbing pressure headaches, like my skull was being slowly squeezed in a vice. They were accompanied by a low-level persistent nausea that Tums couldn't touch. I figured it was the stress of exams, or maybe the stale air in this old place. But then I started to notice a pattern. The minute I moved away from the main kitchen area, the nausea would cease. When I was in the sunlit parlor, I felt almost normal. But whenever I walked into the back service hall, the one with the sealed cellar door, it hit me like a physical wave. The pressure would instantly intensify, making me feel dizzy, like standing too close to a massive subwoofer. I remember thinking at the time that maybe there was some kind of gas leak, or maybe I was just highly sensitive to the low-frequency hum of the antiquated furnace. I even looked it up later, the concept of infrasound. frequencies below human hearing that can supposedly induce anxiety, nausea, even visual distortions. I clung to that as my explanation because the alternative felt too ridiculous for a college girl in the 90s. The visual distortions were next. It started almost subtly. Glancing down the hall, I'd catch a flicker near the bottom of the basement door, where the wood didn't quite meet the floor. A quick, dark shape, like a heavy shadow, racing across the baseboards. When I looked directly, it would be gone. Nothing but dust motes dancing in the faint light, but dancing nonetheless. These moments grew bolder. I'd be scrubbing a pot, lost in thought, and I'd suddenly sense a presence behind me, something tall, cold. I'd whirl around, heart slamming against my ribs, and find nothing. Yet the physical feeling of oppression, the crushing weight in my chest, it would be so profound that I'd have to grip the counter to stay upright. One night, probably 3 a.m, I was in the small office adjacent to the hall, trying to finish a paper, when the pressure suddenly peaked. It was the worst headache I'd ever had, sharp, blinding, and the nausea made me gag. I slumped forward, resting my forehead on the desk. It was during this moment of absolute, agonizing sensory overload that the house responded. A single, monumental knock. It wasn't a thump. It was a heavy, deliberate, rhythmic thud, thud. It came from behind that sealed door, directly through the floorboards, beneath my feet. It didn't sound frantic. It sounded patient. It was the sound of something immense and solid, acknowledging me. It was a question, or maybe a demand. I didn't move for maybe 5 minutes. I was paralyzed, not by a ghost, but by the sheer weight of this hostile energy radiating from this spot. My college self, the one who desperately needed this paycheck, was caught in a terrifying paradox. I had to stay, but I felt like staying was going to physically break me. I realized then that whatever was sealed in that cellar wasn't content to merely be an echo. It was actively leeching something. My comfort, my focus, my physical well-being. It was trying to impose itself. It felt like an infestation. Driven by a mix of fear and an urgent need to stop the crippling feeling, I did something completely irrational. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, my 1980s edition of the Oxford English Dictionary, and I dragged it down the hall. I didn't try to open the door. I didn't try to investigate. I simply took that massive heavy thing and shoved it right against the bottom of the door, completely blocking the small crack between the wood and the stone floor. And just like that, everything seemed to stop. The pressure headaches eased immediately, like a plug had been pulled. The nausea vanished no matter where I was. The room temperature seemed to lift 10 degrees. It was a cessation so abrupt and physical that it proved, without a shadow of a doubt, that the source of distress was emanating directly through that small, negligible gap. How? Why? No idea. Even if it was simply all in my head, it's still pretty miraculous. But I can tell you, I don't think that's what was going on at all. The next morning, the Vandermeers arrived back. Mrs. Vandermeer paused in the service hall, her eyes flicking down to the heavy dictionary still blocking the cellar door. She didn't ask why it was there. She just gave me my final check and a cold, quick smile. Thank you for your service, Veronica. Everything seems quite untouched. I took the money and I left. I never learned the history of that house, and I never heard that sound again. I never saw a clear figure, either. but I'm 52 years old now, and I've never forgotten that feeling. Was it infrasound? Was it some hostile geological anomaly? I can't tell you for sure, but I know that for 2 weeks, I was paid to babysit a presence, a dark one, so physically debilitating that it only needed the tiniest crack under a locked door to make a person desperately, cripplingly ill. Whatever was down there, it wasn't a ghost you could see, but it was an entity you could feel. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm. A dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed, with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, A click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. In 1973, my dad was charged in a RICO case 2 months before my expected due date. He was sentenced to 10 to 15 years, but got out after 13. It was difficult, to say the least, trying to understand someone as your father when you've only met them on the other side of bulletproof glass. For 13 years, my mom and grandma would drive me up to the prison twice a year, usually around mine and my dad's birthdays, January, August. We'd all sit in a small booth gathered around a large vintage phone receiver. A buzzer would go off and the metal door on the other side of the glass would open. First, my dad would walk in, wearing a green and white jumpsuit, his hands handcuffed in front of him, his feet shackled as well. The silver chains were just long enough for him to walk in uncomfortably short strides. Another chain connected his handcuffs to his feet. There were other families around us doing the same thing in their own booths. All of them had graffiti, names, and symbols scratched into the paint on the tables and walls. The room we were in had a loud atmosphere filled with a collective noise of cries, laughs, and other personal conversations that were all happening simultaneously in that small area. The only way to hear the person talking on the other side was to have your ear pressed up against the receiver. We took turns and passed the phone around to talk to my dad. When it was finally my turn on this particular visit, I was so excited to talk to him, tell him how school was going. I just made the soccer team, and even though I barely knew the man really, it was important to me that I made him proud. I thought maybe he wouldn't go back to jail if he got out and I was a superstar. I think I was 10 around this visit and had no idea what a RICO case was or my dad's involvement. I just knew that he'd made choices that took him from me, and I didn't want it to happen again. I was jealous of the other kids who had dads going to their field trips, picking them up from school. I didn't realize how hurtful it must have been telling him these things. I'm sure he wanted to get out just as bad as I wanted him to. Incarceration of a loved one emotionally and financially poisons a family. The loss of income and stability creates a binding struggle for everyone involved. Granted, it could have been worse. My mom made me go to support groups for incarcerated family members, and I'd hear some of the stories that were all distinctly similar but unique in their own way. The similarities mostly revolved around hurt and grief. Everyone could relate to those feelings and see themselves reflected in the ripple of painful stories. My dad's half Japanese and looks more Asian than American. Before prison, his physical features had never been a focus point for him. He grew up in a small town that didn't segregate culturally. They were all poor, so they all worked together. In prison, it's the opposite. Each race becomes their own gang. Black, white, Mexican. They all had their specific areas and rules of engagement. Then there was the group that my dad linked up with, comprised of a few Asians and Native Americans. They were the nomads of the prison population. They didn't hold businesses like the other groups. None of them moved drugs or other contraband, and therefore, if the group kept their heads down and stayed out of gang politics, for the most part, they could skate through their sentence virtually unnoticed and unscathed. My dad spent most of his days playing chess and reading books. Of his 13 years served, he was only involved in one confrontation, and I'd hear the details years after he got out. But I got to see the aftermath during this phone visit. That day when he was let in, he had a black eye that looked like it had been healing, along with some stitches that split through his eyebrow. When I asked him, he told me that he'd tripped and hit his head on the table. I believed him and quickly moved on to my soccer stories. I'm going on and on about random stuff, as he sat on the other side of the glass with the phone to his ear, after everything I said. But as I'm talking to him, a weird white noise static sound is heard. Both of us hear it. It's a man's voice saying, "Found you." I knew my dad hadn't said it because I was staring right at him when I was talking, and his lips didn't move. The voice was also a lot deeper than his. My dad's eyes opened wide. I could see the full circles of his brown irises. I laughed, thinking the face that he was making was intentional, to be funny. I thought the static burst that we'd heard was a silly random interruption, but his expression wasn't satirical. We'd been on the phone for less than a minute when it happened, and then in a very serious tone, he tells me to hand the phone to my mom. When she puts the phone to her ear, my dad tells her something that changes her smile to a stoic stare. Then, after an exchange of I love yous, they both hang up the phone. My dad puts his hands on the glass. We all try to fit our hands in the shape of his before a guard grabs him by the shoulders and leads him away. When he left, my mom quickly gathered our things and told my grandma that we needed to exit immediately. Another lie was thrown my way to mask her manic energy as we walked through the waiting room, to the main area, and out the door to the parking lot. The whole time my mom was looking over her shoulder, pushing me in front of her to walk faster. We were practically at a jog by the time we reached the car. The next year, we skipped our visit and wrote him letters instead, and we continued this new tradition until his release. To my dad's credit, when he got out and all the way up to his death last year, nobody could say that he didn't do his best to make up for the first 13 years of my life. He got to watch me graduate and see his grandson born into this world. With the family's support, he was able to become a contributing member of society. He didn't like talking about his time behind bars, and it would be years later, I'm talking past college age, before I heard the story, the reason why we couldn't come back to see him. A few weeks before our scheduled visit was to take place, there had been a new guy transferred over to the unit. This guy, Bigfoot, was easily over 7 feet tall, 300 pounds. He was a bully and a complete psycho who knew how to throw his weight around. He'd tell people that when he got out, he was going to slaughter their families before their release date. He went to the point of researching the inmates that he had issues with so that he could repeat their addresses to them. The man was a menace, and eventually, his attention landed on one of the native guys in the pod. He started using the same tactics and personalized the attacks towards him in an extortion effort. The threats didn't stay focused solely on him, as the guy would verbally assault anyone around the native guy, which included my father. Nobody snitched, and plenty of people had tried to fight him, all of them ending with a vicious hospitalization. Bigfoot had a lawyer that was able to coax a judge into letting him serve the remainder of his sentence closer to home. The next part of this contains graphic content, so skip ahead if you're triggered easily. It was never clarified as to what my dad's actual involvement in this was, or if he even physically took part or just watched out for the guards making their rounds. This is why I've intentionally left out names of any sort. As Bigfoot's aggression builds up, the native guy hatched a plan that involved multiple groups within the prison. All of them hated Bigfoot, even the whites who are affiliated with him. But because of their politics and his pull on the outside, they couldn't do anything within their party. But they agreed not to retaliate and even gave their blessing in the plan. The day arrives and he approached Bigfoot, telling him that he wants to end this, offers a carton of smokes that he had as a payment. He was demanding a pack a week. This carton was going to give him 3 months of peace up front. Bigfoot agrees and follows him into the back of the kitchen area where he says the cartons are stashed. He knocks on the door that leads to the food prep station, and a trustee lets him in. As they're heading toward the walk-in freezer, Bigfoot starts to get suspicious. He stops walking. His intuition was correct, but his fate had already been set in stone the moment he stepped foot into the kitchen. He turned around to see a group of men silhouetted from the only light that was on, located above the sink near the door. All of them were brandishing their own form of weaponry. As talked about previously amongst them, they all lunged towards him at the same time, attacking and stabbing at the same time. Even their general stabbing directions were discussed, like you aim high, I aim low. But with the amount of sharp metal that was being swung around in the dark, they all wound up with cuts and punches from the coordinated strike. None of them were life-threatening. It was nothing compared to what they did to Bigfoot. Whoever he had transferred to be closer to would have to plan a closed casket funeral the next week because he was left unrecognizable. He put up a fight, and I imagine it being like when the cave people would have to battle giant bear sloths, and before they were able to bring him down, he'd break one of their jaws or knock another one's tooth out. Injuries they'd have to claim happened on the basketball court earlier that day. 6 inmates participated and 2 were convicted for the body destruction and disposal. It would be a full 3 days until some of the body was discovered. They had already been on lockdown since that evening's prisoner count was off, and officers presumed he'd escaped. They'd gathered enough evidence to grab 2 of the men without a shadow of a doubt of their involvement. The following days, while they were all on lockdown, my dad said that he saw Bigfoot looking out the small plate window of his vacant cell. Sometimes he'd be staring right at my dad when he'd see him. Other times he'd be gazing upward with his back to the glass. He'd only be visible for a few seconds before disappearing into the blackened cell, leaving him to question if he was even there to begin with, or was this his eyes trying to make sense of nothingness, creating images that weren't there. He began having nightmares reliving that scene, with different outcomes happening each time. All of these things combined were textbook signs of the brain processing trauma. When the lockdown was lifted, the first thing my dad did was go over to check if the cell he'd been fixated on was actually empty. And it was. He didn't see Bigfoot again after that. He tried to block it all out. The next week we were scheduled to visit, and he was able to hide his anxious misery behind a smile, pretended to be interested in my stories. When our conversation was interrupted by the phone noises, what I heard was a jumble of sound and a voice, but what my dad heard was Bigfoot's voice saying, "Found you." It frightened him in a way nothing else ever had before. It was like venom had constricted his breathing to a shallow push of air on the other side of the line. That's when he told me to give the phone to my mom, and when he got on with her, he told her to get me as far away from that place as possible and don't come back. At the time, I remember it was pretty jarring. I didn't really understand, but I also didn't press the issue too hard, because I generally believed these people had my best interest at heart. And even years later, I think, Having heard the voice myself, witnessing my dad's reaction, and then knowing the background of the situation, I don't blame my dad for making us leave. And I think my mom did right keeping us away. Several years ago, I planned to quit my school, but divine intervention saved me and countless other lives, ones I would have tragically affected. I'm a lot older now, and I can hardly believe how passionate teenage feelings are. Everything was treated like it was the end of the world. In a sense, it was, because your world is a fishbowl, one that you're forced to exist and interact within. It's impossible not to. I won't bother listing the reasons why I was going to do it. I know now that none would have ever been good enough to justify the actions, my actions. It was all trivial shit that I'd eventually get over. But when you're neck deep in angst and basically the plankton in the high school food chain, in my head, this was the only way to be heard and for my pain to be recognized, giving back what was given to me. I had to mentally commit and put the deed day on my calendar. I planned for it to be on a Tuesday. It wasn't hard to find a firearm in my house, unlocked and unaccounted for. I selected one and made sure it fit into my backpack. I packed a second magazine, but I didn't expect my deed to go on long enough for me to need to reload. The night before, I was plagued with nightmares. I'd never had sleep paralysis before, but there were points throughout the night where I could have sworn I was awake, but the imagery I was seeing could only be explained by saying I was in dreams. My dead uncle paid me a visit that night, and I'll never forget his mutilated face. He'd taken his own life a year or so before that. Nobody was allowed to see the body except for my aunt before he was cremated, but that's how he chose to visit me that night. As I tossed and turned in bed and I woke up, in the chair that I'd set my backpack on, there was now my uncle sitting there. His cranium resembled a bloomed flower, the meat and skull folded back like petals stemming from his neck. His work shirt was stained in blood. It was the same white t-shirt that he'd always wear with a shark mechanic logo. He just sat there like a hideous statue facing me, and it brought about the same aching sadness as I had that day I found out. The apparition's gory appearance gave me chills, thinking about it later, but in that very moment, I was losing my uncle all over again, and I was able to see and feel his hurt. He disappeared when I wiped away the tears from my eyes, and my backpack was again sitting on the chair. I prayed to him when he left. I told him how much I missed him. Again, I don't know for sure if I dreamed the whole thing, but it felt real, and I knew why he came to see me. The next time I opened my eyes, I'd woken up naturally. I was pretty OCD about the clock alarm in my room. I'd probably roll over 4 or 5 times to check that little switch, make sure it was pointed on. And even though I'd checked 4 or 5 times, I'd sometimes check a 6th or 7th, just for good measure. But I woke up late that day. I urgently grabbed my alarm clock from the table, and it wasn't even plugged in. The short brown cord swung around as soon as I lifted it. My new plan was to catch everyone at lunch. I got dressed in the first clothes that I could find on the ground, and I threw my backpack on. My mom was laying on the couch when I left my room. I walked past her and she told me good morning, but didn't ask why I wasn't at school. I told her good morning and left. If my dad would have been there, he for sure would have been my first kill. I would have been doing my mom a favor by doing it, but he wasn't there. I grabbed a few quarters from the ashtray before I left so that I could take the city bus. There was a bus stop a few blocks from the school. I could just get dropped off and walk the rest of the way there. There wasn't many people on the bus when I got on, and it was easy to find a seat by myself, rows away from the other riders. I set my backpack down in between my legs, and the bus took off. I thought about my uncle. I thought about what I was about to do. I wanted someone to catch me before I went through with it. I was having an internal battle. There was an angel and a devil dueling on my shoulders, and the angel needed help. As the bus doors opened at another stop, people got off and these two kids got on. They looked identical to each other. Girls, probably 7 or 8. Young kids dressed in white button-ups and blue skirts. Looked like they were from a private school. One of the girls was being pulled by the fattest iguana I've ever seen. Instead of a normal meal like crickets, it looked like its diet consisted of cake and cookies. Its long tail whipped ankles as it made its way down the aisle, tugging on the leash. When I looked up, they were both already looking at me, smiling all weird as they moved down the rows of empty seats towards me. Then one sits right next to me, and the other, with the iguana, sits in the row in front of me, turned around in the seat so that her knees are facing me. In a nutshell, our conversation went like this. I ask, "What?" They respond in sync, "Hi." Most of the things they said were like that, between them, the same words at the same time. So they say hi, and I ask, "What?" again. They ask why I'm not in school. I say I woke up late, and that's where I'm going. I ask why they aren't in school. And they say, "We don't need school," and giggle together. I'm like, cool, whatever, and turn toward the window. From the seat in front of me, the iguana climbs down and under the seat, and I don't notice him in between my legs until he's got a hold of my backpack. I felt a tug, and I heard the metal clang inside. When I looked down, there was an obese lizard giving one of my zipper keychains the old-fashioned death roll. I started to unzip the bag, and I went to grab it, but I'm sure that only opened the bag more, because the gun, an extra magazine, fell out onto the bus floor by my feet. The iguana continued to twist the backpack with my arm now entangled with it, and I couldn't retrieve my fallen items before the girls simultaneously go, "Oh," and the one next to me picks up the gun and the magazine from the ground. I tell her to give it to me, but she holds on to it. The other twin leaned way over her seat to get a good look at what her sister was holding. When I get my hand freed from the bag, the iguana keeps it tightly held in its teeth and skitters away to the seat in front of me with my bag. I ask them desperately to please give me my stuff back, but they ignored me, staring at the shiny gun. Then one twin hands it off to the other twin, and she puts the magazine and the firearm back into my backpack. I feel the bus slow down and the brakes approaching another stop. Both girls stand up like they're getting ready to leave. The one holding the iguana's leash throws my bag over her shoulder and starts to leave her tow of seats. That's when I grabbed her shoulder and said, "Wait." But as soon as I did, the other twin immediately starts crying and screaming, "You leave my sister alone, you pervert." She had real tears coming down her face as she fake pounded at my back with her fists. A few passengers turned around and see all the commotion. Someone says, "Let go of her." And at that moment, I knew it was over. The twins and the obese reptile get off the bus and run away. I still had a few more stops to sit and think about what had happened as passengers stared at me like I was a pariah. I had nothing else planned for the day, so I ended up going to school. Making that choice set off what I believed to be my final divine intervention. When I got there, I'd already missed 3 periods, and the last one hadn't let out for lunch yet, so the hallways were completely empty. And the first person I saw was a school guidance counselor. I hadn't had many talks with her before that day, but she strolled up to me, asked why my eyes were red and glassy, why I was late. I wasn't high. I'd been crying, and I asked to be in the safety of her office to continue my story. Ms. Carol Owens listened to me and saved my life that day. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't walked into that school and talked to her. She helped me get in touch with family advocates to help with my home situation and therapy paid by the state. Whether it be a series of divine interventions or luck, I was able to get the help I needed when I was at my rock bottom lowest. I can't say this enough. If you're having dark thoughts, reach out to someone, anyone. Don't give up. And if you think you've got a buddy going through something, reach out to them. You don't know how much a phone call means to someone until their number's no longer in service. Never give up on yourself or on others. I don't know if what I saw qualifies as a ghost, but it definitely wasn't anything I can explain, and I've never forgotten it. This happened a few years back when I was working the midnight shift at a correctional facility. Most nights were quiet, boring even. You spent a lot of time walking tiers, checking cells, making sure no one's where they shouldn't be. It gets repetitive, and after a while, you get used to the stillness of 2 or 3 a.m. It's usually the calmest time of night, but not that night. It was around 2 a.m. I was doing my usual walkthrough, about to hit one of the checkpoints on my round. I'd stepped into the tier when I noticed something at cell 12. Movement. At first, I thought it was just an inmate reaching out to get my attention. Pretty common, especially if someone wants meds or has a grievance. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The hand that was reaching out wasn't just waving or tapping the bars. It was still, too still. Pale, long fingers stretched out through the bars like it was waiting for something. I slowed my pace, watching it as I moved down the tier. Then the arm started to extend, not in the normal way, like someone leaning further out. This was unnatural. The arm elongated, like it wasn't attached to bones or muscle. It just kept stretching, silently, until it reached the security phone mounted on the wall, at least 10 feet from the cell door. I froze. I was standing there, eyes locked on this thing, trying to make sense of it. My brain just couldn't compute what I was seeing. The way the arm moved was all wrong, and there was no sound, no struggle, just a slow, fluid motion, like watching a shadow glide across the wall. Then, just as slowly, the arm retracted, slid back into the cell. I don't remember feeling scared right away. It was more like complete disbelief, the kind that makes your whole body go cold. And then the fear crept in, slow and heavy. My hands were shaking. I backed away and grabbed my radio. I called into the tactical room and said, "I can't do my tour right now. You're going to think I've lost it, but I swear I just saw something." There was a short pause, and then my sergeant came over the radio. "You saw the arm, didn't you?" Just like that, calm, certain. And that's when I really lost my grip. I asked him what he meant, and he just said, "Come back to the office." I checked the log. Cell 12 was supposed to be empty. Had been for days. No one assigned, no one scheduled to move in. I walked back down the tier during daylight the next day just to be sure. The cell was locked, empty. I never got a straight answer about what my sergeant knew. He wouldn't talk about it again after that night, just shrugged it off any time I brought it up. But I know what I saw. There was no inmate in that cell. And that arm, whatever it belonged to, it wasn't human. Not anymore. Every July, my sister and I take the kids out to the old family house in Indiana. It's a big, worn-down farmhouse that used to belong to our grandparents. They passed a while back, but the house stayed in the family. Nobody really lives in it full-time. Just sits empty most of the year, collecting dust and bugs, until someone decides to sweep it out for a long weekend. It's surrounded by cornfields and gravel roads, and there's a stillness to it. No Wi-Fi or cell phones. You just forget how quiet the world can be until you're out far enough. When we were kids, My cousin Ryan and I used to sleep in the attic during summer breaks. Technically, it's a finished third floor, just one long, low-ceiling room with faded carpet and a single narrow window at the far end. We thought it was cool at the time, like our own little clubhouse, except I always had trouble sleeping up there. There was one night that I woke up to Ryan crying. I asked what was wrong, and he just whispered, "He's watching me." He wouldn't say who, just pulled the blanket over his head and shook. I remembered that night a lot more clearly than I wanted to, but I chalked it up to a bad dream. We were kids. So when my sister suggested setting up the attic as a sleepover spot for the cousins, I didn't love the idea, but I kept my mouth shut. We cleaned it out, aired it out, set up sleeping bags, even brought in an old TV and a stack of DVDs. The first night, after the s'mores and mosquito bites and chasing lightning bugs, we got the kids settled up there. They were all between 5 and 10, giggling like they were at sleepaway camp. By about 11 p.m., the house had gone quiet. I was downstairs on the porch with a beer, listening to the crickets and the creaking of the old screen door. And then I heard footsteps, light ones coming down the stairs. It was my nephew, Ben. He didn't say anything, just stood at the bottom in his socks, staring at the hallway like he didn't want to step into it. I asked if everything was okay. He gave a small nod, but didn't look at me. "Did you have a bad dream?" He shook his head. "Do you want to sleep in a different room?" Another nod. I knelt down next to him. "You're not in trouble, buddy. You can sleep wherever you want, but can I ask why?" He hesitated, looked over his shoulder at the stairs, and then he whispered, "I don't want to point." That gave me a weird feeling, like something cold behind my ribs. "What do you mean?" I asked. He finally looked at me. He doesn't like it when people point at him. He comes closer. "Who does?" "The man with no mouth." I didn't know what to say to that. Just walked him to the living room, set up some blankets on the couch, and stayed there with him until he fell asleep. The next morning, while the kids were outside, I asked him again, gently. I expected him to have forgotten, but he just said he was in the corner near the window, just standing there watching, like he already knew I saw him. When I was a kid, Brian had pointed to that same corner, the same exact spot, when he said someone was watching him. But we never told anyone. I sure as hell never told Ben. I asked him to draw what he saw, just to see. He drew a stick figure with long arms, too long for its body, and no mouth, just a blank space under 2 black dots. For a while, I still had that drawing, folded up in my glove box. I don't really know why I kept it. That was 2 summers ago. No funny business since then. I haven't seen Ryan since we were teenagers. He moved with his family a few months before our graduation would have happened, across the country. I've always wanted to talk to him about, whatever it was. Never really considered it a ghost story, but I guess that's exactly what it is. So I've never seen a ghost, but I had an experience with a Ouija board as a teenager that still haunts me. Even now, as a skeptical atheist, I have no idea how to explain what happened that night. I was 15, having a sleepover with friends like typical teenagers. We wanted to scare ourselves, so we pulled out a Ouija board. At first, nothing exciting happened. Just random movements. We all assumed that we were shaking or just doing it by accident. But then something changed. The planchette became more deliberate. We had asked for a name, and it spelled out Ian. And then it started saying something about my mom, but none of us understood what it meant. We were dumbass kids looking for a thrill, so we pushed further. We asked Ian to prove himself. Can you move something? Can you touch one of us? Can you lift one of us up? And then I felt something, an icy chill starting at my feet, slowly crawling up my body. It wasn't just cold, it was something else, something that settled deep in my bones. I sat cross-legged, barely breathing, and too afraid to move. 2 of my friends were in front of me at the Ouija board. My 3rd friend was across the room on the bed, rolling her eyes at us. She could see all of us from where she sat. My back was against the wall with no one behind me. And then without warning, I felt a hand press firmly against my back and shove me forward. I screamed. My friend on the bed screamed louder. She'd just watched my shirt yank violently upward, like something had grabbed the fabric and pulled. I shot to my feet. My whole body was literally shaking. Okay, thank you, Ian. We're done. I stammered. I pushed the planchette to goodbye, and I refused to touch the board again after that. That night, as I laid in bed, I felt that same ice-cold sensation wash over me. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, grateful that I could move, but I could see the covers rising, slowly, as if something underneath them was lifting them up. I squeezed my eyes shut, told myself that I was imagining things, but the chill stayed, the unnatural kind of cold that I couldn't shake. Finally, I had enough. I got up, sat in front of the Ouija board, alone this time, not touching it, and whispering, "Please stop." The cold faded, but I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I still felt off. My back burned where I'd felt the hand. When I looked in the mirror, my stomach dropped. There were 3 distinct red marks across my skin, like fingerprints, and they stayed there for days. I asked my mom to pick me up first thing in the morning. On the way home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, so I blurted out, "Have you ever had anything paranormal happen to you?" She didn't even hesitate. "Well," she said, "there was Ian." I froze. She told me about her high school boyfriend, Ian, who had died in a car accident. After his death, people kept seeing her at his grave, even when she was nowhere near it. Her mom and sister once walked right up to a girl that they swore was her, but the second they got close, she disappeared. I have no way to explain what happened that night. I don't know what was reaching out to me or why, but I do know one thing. Stay the hell away from Ouija boards. I was 17 the first time I went to Warden State Forest alone. It's in South Jersey, mostly pine, swamp, and sand trails that all look the same once you're a mile in. Locals joke that the woods are older than God out there, and they're not wrong. There's something wrong about the air, though, like it holds things longer than it should. Anyway, I went out there to clear my head. That's what I told people. Truth was, I was running from something. Not a person, just everything. I'd lost someone a few weeks before. Sudden death, wrong place, wrong time. I won't get into it here, just I wasn't sleeping, and the forest seemed like the only place that didn't remind me of her. It was late afternoon when I got there, middle of fall. It was sort of a gray light that made everything feel underwater. I walked for a couple of hours, didn't speak, didn't even really think. Just let the rhythm of my boots take the trail and pull me along. Eventually, I left the path and started following this little deer trail that cut through a patch of young pines. That's when I heard something breathing. It wasn't me, obviously, but it was steady, rhythmic, almost patterned. I stopped. It didn't. I thought it was maybe wind in the trees at first, hopefully. But there wasn't any wind. And the sound, it was wet. Like something was breathing through a wet mouth. Struggling a little with each inhale, I turned in place slowly, trying not to make a sound. About 20 yards off, there was a rise in the land, sandy, with a patchy brush. And behind that, just barely visible, something was watching me. I don't know how I saw it. I shouldn't have. It blended in with the trees almost perfectly. The same color, the same shape. But my eyes kept finding it again and again, like my brain didn't want to register it. It was standing, tall, angular, shoulders bent weird, head like a horse skull but stretched thinner, and wings maybe, not open, but tucked alongside its back. It seemed to sort of hug itself, like a bat hanging upside down, but right side up. It didn't move, but I could feel its attention. I don't know how long I stood there. Time didn't feel normal. I only remember my fingers going numb and realizing that I'd been holding my breath. Then I blinked, and it was gone. No sound, no motion, just gone. I walked straight out of the forest and I didn't look back. I drove home, and that was it. The part that bothers me a lot, what stuck with me more than anything, maybe. It was a look in its eyes. For that 1 second that we locked eyes, I felt this weird recognition, like it had seen me before. I only saw it once, but it saw me too, and I just can't get over that. My stepdad told me this story about accidentally smoking someone's ashes when he was in high school. He told me for about a week he would have fucked up visions of an old man who'd stand at the end of his bed glaring down at him. The friend he smoked the ashes with had the exact same scary visions too, of the scary old man in his room, but the friend recognized the haunting figure as his grandfather. It was his remains that they had smoked, and it didn't seem like he appreciated it at all, because my dad and my dad's friend shared equally hellish weeks in their own way that they attributed to the haunting. The home my dad was living in became infested with little tiny gnat bugs. His buddy's house smelled like death. He couldn't leave the house without his clothes absolutely reeking of it. His gym clothes smelled better, so he'd change in the locker room right when he'd get to school. My dad, on the other hand, had to twirl around and shake it out of his hair every time he left the house, just to get the tiny bugs off. And even after all his efforts, they still managed to get into his car, and they'd fly around as he drove. Simultaneously, my dad's skin became incredibly itchy. He developed rashes all over his body. He didn't stop scratching them, and he still has scars from the damage that he inflicted on himself. While he's scratching his skin off, his friend started losing clumps of his hair. He had long, shaggy, blonde surfer guy hair, and by the end of the week, it looked like he'd gone through chemotherapy. It eventually grew back, but it took years to get it to where it was. It wasn't until the next weekend when they could get together again, trade stories, and agree to go apologize to the urn. All of this was his friend's fault. The nasty bastard stashed his bag of weed in his grandpa's urn, trying to hide it. The baggie was opened. The weed had fallen into the ashes. Weed was hard to come by back then, so not wanting to waste a single nug, he fingered through the ashes and picked out the nugs. Without even blowing on them, he tossed them into a Ziploc. The nugs were caked in ashes, but it looked all the same, grinded up, stuffed in a doobie. His friend didn't bother telling him what had happened until after their horrendous week had ended and they could hang out again. I don't know. I think it's all pretty nasty, and I would never talk to this dude again. But that bonkersness, Somehow didn't affect their friendship. They're friends to this day. Like, I even know this guy. His name's Cooper. I didn't know this story about him, and I might start looking at him differently after this, but all around, he's a decent guy. Years ago, I used to be a lifeguard. Small neighborhood pool, nothing fancy, just 6 lap lanes, a diving board, and a chlorine tank that always leaked. I worked there every summer in my teens, then stayed on part-time in my 20s while figuring out what to do with my life. Now I work with the city through Parks and Rec. We happen to be responsible for the property the pool sits on. It's an old pool anyway. We shut the place down in 2011. Technically, it was a chemical issue. Filters went bad, the water turned cloudy, and one of the staff had a bad reaction. But unofficially, there was an incident that no one talked about. Something that happened late one night after closing. I didn't witness it myself, but I was on shift earlier that day. I remember that despite it being July, it was unusually cold, chalked up to a building falling apart. But then, after dark, a teenage girl had drowned. Only she didn't look drowned when they pulled her out. No bloating, no fluid in her lungs, just pale, still. And her hands, they were raw. Skin shredded like she'd tried to claw at the tile. And the worst part, there were fingernail marks under the pool's cover, but it hadn't come loose. They drained the whole thing after that, and they never reopened. Flash forward to last week. I get a call from one of the new guys at Parks and Rec. Says the motion lights keep going off at the old pool. He went to check it out. Reported the place was still locked up and he couldn't see how anyone could have gotten in. Yet he said he heard strange noises coming from inside. Splashing, footsteps in the locker room, doors slamming. But no one was there. Normally I'd write that stuff off or tell him to phone the police. I mean, the pool doesn't even have water, so I'm not sure about the splashing. But I don't know. Something in his voice struck me. He sounded shaken, like he wanted me to tell him it was nothing. When I mentioned making a police report, he almost sounded embarrassed at the idea. So I said I'd swing by. It was just after 10 p.m. when I pulled up. The gate padlock was intact. I drove around with my spotlight, checking the windows, doors. No sign of forced entry, all as the rookie had explained. But as soon as I stepped out of the truck, I heard it. The distinct echo of water moving. Not wind. I mean full-on swimming sounds. Arms slicing water. A quiet splash every few seconds. I still had my key to the pool house. I unlocked the main door, stepped inside. Everything was dark. I noticed the locker room lights flicker behind me, motion activated, except I hadn't walked far enough to trigger them. I didn't think so. The inside hadn't changed much, smelled like mildew and old sunscreen. Most of the lockers were still labeled with duct tape from over a decade ago. I walked through the showers, across the maintenance area, and onto the pool deck. The last time I'd even peered in, the water was still drained. Cracked white tiles stretched out in every direction. The deep end was a stained, echoey hole, and in the silence I could hear the echo of my own breath bouncing back at me. But upon closer inspection, there was still some water. Just a thin channel. A ripple that ran the length of the pool. It shimmered differently than the dry tile around it on the outside. But it was more than a shimmer. It seemed like movement. As I walked the perimeter, I noticed something unusual, for sure. Wet footprints. Not mine. I was still standing on the dry deck. These prints went from the edge of the pool to the lifeguard chair and stopped. I climbed the chair to get an overall better view of the pool. From up there, you could see it clearer. The water was anything but still. No shape that I could make out in the water itself. No head breaking the surface or anything like that. Just the faint gliding motion of someone doing a lazy breaststroke underwater. I watched it move, whatever it was, through the water. Something invisible creating ripples. Watching, it slid forward. When it reached the deep end, it paused. The water was still again, but only for a second. Then uncontrollable splashing. There wasn't a soul in sight, and yet the water was erupting in a way that it only can when something is thrashing in it. I stepped down from the chair, not taking my eyes off the water until I grabbed my phone to call the city guy. Somehow the screen was shattered. I didn't drop it. I swear. I didn't sit on it weird, no excuse. But there it was. It had been crushed. I threw it back in my pocket. In the hallway mirror, I caught my reflection, and I stopped cold. The back of my shirt was soaked, like I'd been dunked, but I hadn't gotten close to the water. I ran a hand back there, and it was freezing cold. I didn't feel any wetness. Nothing made sense. It was scaring the hell out of me. I left, didn't look back. Locked the gate. I grabbed my phone about halfway through the drive home. It was perfectly fine. The next morning, I drove by just to see it in the daylight, get over this overwhelming sensation that I just couldn't let go of. The pool was empty. No water and no one swimming, invisible or otherwise. The city as a whole remains convinced that it's kids breaking in, making noises, setting off the lights. But I know what I saw. Something's in there. Maybe just a night. Swimming laps. Been driving trucks a long time. You see weird stuff at 2 a.m. Fox ghosting the shoulder. Kid's bike in the median. Mannequin parts that make you think about quitting freight. I'm not the spooky type. You keep it between the lines, drink your coffee, mind your hours. That's the job. This is Oklahoma. Late shift, flat country, where the horizon's a string pulled tight. My trailer was full but light. Nothing that should rattle. Weather was clean, music low. About a mile out, I saw an overpass ahead, like a Lego piece across the road. On top of it, the silhouette of somebody standing at the rail. That happens. People walk at night. You give a courtesy tap on the horn if they look a little wobbly. As I got closer, I thought, that's not somebody standing, that's somebody crouched. Perched, really. Arms long over the rail, head tucked like a bird. I blinked and told myself I needed a nap. I rolled under. My lights caught it for a full half a second. I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm trying to sell you a book. It unfolded. That's the word my brain used. It stood up from the crouch and kept standing until it was taller than the guardrail by a lot. Long through the torso, where you don't expect extra. Head turned to follow me. Eyes flashed red in the way that normal animals might, except both red at once, not one then the other. The mouth looked closed, but an interesting outline. It was too crooked. I laid on the horn because that's what I had. Whatever it was tilted its head a notch like the horn was a question it didn't care about, and then it dropped. There was no sound that I could hear over the engine, but it went behind and to the right. If it jumped down the gap between lanes, fine. If it jumped into my trailer, I told myself not to finish that thought. Next exit was 4 miles. That's a long distance if you're trying not to imagine anything moving on the steel behind your seat. I kept waiting for a thump. I got nothing. At the exit, I took it too hot, pulled into the first truck stop, and parked under the brightest light like a rabbit. I did the walk around with the mag light, like I've practiced for inspectors, pretending that my hands weren't stupid. On the back door of the trailer, there were 4 long gouges. These weren't scratches from brush or graffiti knives. Gouges. Metal curled out a little bit at the edges like ribbon from a carpenter's plane. They started mid-door, not from the bottom. That means that something had to be tall or reach up high, which I hate. Price of admission, the fuel clerk said later when I showed him the photo. Kids messin'. You got kids that can reach 8 feet without a ladder, I said. He shrugged and asked if I wanted beef jerky. I tried to hand wave it. Old damage I hadn't noticed, except I'd walked to that trailer in daylight 2 hours before. I write down stupid little defects because it saves me arguments at the yard, and those weren't there. I sat in the diner burning time I didn't have, watching the door like I was expecting it to walk in and order coffee. Truckers talk, but you have to aim your weird right or you sound like you need a DOT physical for your soul. I kept my mouth shut. The waitress topped me off and warned me about the pie. I took the pie anyway. The clock ran slow on purpose. Back on the highway, I told myself that I'd imagine the eye shine, imagine the height, that the gouges were from that mess 2 stops back with a forklift. My brain is a decent liar when properly motivated. I made it to the drop without any more theater. In the morning, the gouges were still gouges. Daylight didn't shrink them. The yard guy said, like it was a math problem he didn't want to solve. Nobody believes the overpass part. They believe that somebody messed with the rig at a rest stop, and I didn't notice. Because that's the story we all know how to live with. I like that version, genuinely. I keep it in my pocket and pet it when I feel dumb in the dark. But there's a picture in my mind I can't show people. It's from when I first pulled in. If I brighten it in my mind, I can see prints in the dust on the door. Not clear like a movie. Just the sense of 5 long marks grouped wrong. Like a hand with some decisions made differently. They're angled like something steadying itself before it lets go. Or landing. Every time I run that stretch, I watch the overpass. Most nights there's nothing up there but stains, occasional vulture doing its ugly cleanup job. Once, maybe a month later, I saw a silhouette again. Smaller this time or farther. And I felt the old cold up my neck. Nothing jumped. I still checked the door at the next fuel. Clean. If you're going to tell me that it was a big owl and my brain turned into a bedtime story for insomniacs, I won't fight you. Because I hope you're right. But if you're going to tell me about some folklore with long-armed things that hang around roads and learn how to look like us just enough to keep it from getting hit, save it. I don't think I need any more shapes in my mirrors. Truckers learn to live with the dark like it's a roommate, one who doesn't talk much. You check your straps, you keep rolling. The world outside your windshield is big and bored, and mostly not about you. That's fine. I like it that way. But if you find yourself under an overpass at 2 a.m., and something up there stands up and keeps standing, don't be brave. Honk. If it makes your hands feel like they did something, keep it straight. Go to the light. Do a walk around with the bright side of your phone. If there are new marks, put them in your report. Tell the yard you probably caught a branch somewhere. That story is tidy, and it goes down easy. In 2004, my friends and I spent our nights driving nowhere in particular, because there wasn't anything else to do. No streaming, no group chats to scroll through, just the car and someone's shitty CD burning. You learned a lot about people on those drives. Who talked too much, too loud, who fell asleep with their mouth open, who tried to flirt and failed spectacularly. It was a good place to be a spectator. That summer, I think I was 19, working at the bait shop until midnight, then joining the same crowd for these aimless loops around town. Like it was movie stylish, but really we were just a bunch of kids trying not to be home. On a humid Tuesday, the usual four of us piled into Jake's dad's minivan. It was me, Jake, his younger sister Mia, and Derek, who smelled permanently of cheap cologne and regret. Jake was driving because that's what Jake did. His dad worked nights and never noticed the dents in the bumper. We left the highway for a stretch of country road that ran beside an old marsh. It was the place that had one streetlight every half a mile and a radio that turned to static the closer you got to the bridge. We liked it for the quiet. The way your voice sounded smaller there, like you could disappear into the air and not be missed. It was late, and the air tasted like salt and cut grass, the thing that you smell right before a storm. Mid-conversation about a girl nobody wanted to chase, the radio fuzzed and the CD skipped. On impulse, Jake turned the stereo off. The silence that followed felt strange, like a held breath. And then we heard a whisper, close to the back seat. So faint, I thought it was the hiss of the AC at first. "Mia?" it said. We all froze because the sound had this wrong shape. It wasn't a voice in the car from one of us. It was thin, almost like someone had cupped their hand around the speaker of the night and blown gently through it. Mia's hair lifted the way it does when someone runs a hand through it, though the window was closed and the air was still. "Did you hear that?" Jake asked. His voice had that high edge people get when they're trying to joke but are actually holding fear. Mia said nothing. Derek laughed. Too loud. A filler laugh meant to move the moment forward. "Probably frogs," he said. That's what we always said when something small freaked us out. Call it nature. Call it something explainable. The road had frogs here, sure. But the whisper had been a syllable, a name, not a croak. We tested it because that's how dumb, brave people behave at 19. We all called out different names, half joke, half dare. The air stayed the same. Then Mia, trying to be silly, said, "Well, what?" Silence. And then again, softer, but closer. It was leaning into the vinyl seat beside us. "Don't stop. Not here." Jake muttered that it was the wind, that somebody else must have been doing it. Who was messing with him, he demanded. But he floored the accelerator, like he would prove that he wasn't scared. The van bumped over a pothole. A truck's headlights sliced past, washing the marsh in a white glare. For a moment, I thought that was the end of it. We laughed a little too loud and called it a midnight prank. Except we hadn't played a prank. None of us could explain what happened, but it happened. Seemingly unaffected, Jake continued speeding down the marsh road. He was telling some story about a high school teacher that he'd embarrassed. He was trying to remember some sort of punchline when the sound came, a soft, panicked whisper. "Brake, brake now." It was that same voice. Came from the back seat like someone leaning forward and firming their palms on the jump seat. Jake's fingers tightened on the wheel and he slammed on the brakes. The van screeched, tires whining, and we all hurled forward in the seatbelts. A second later, a deer exploded out of the ditch, crossing the road where we would have been had we not braked moments before. Its hooves kicked the bumper as it passed. a gasp of wood and fur, and a smell that smelled like something breaking. We would have hit it if Jake hadn't braked. We would have gone off into the shallow marsh where the ditches are deep, deeper than they look, and the water takes time to give you back. The deer's eyes caught the moon, and for half a breath, the world held that bright, awful look of something you almost killed by accident. Mia hadn't been wearing her seatbelt, so I think it literally saved her life. I don't know if this can be considered paranormal, but truly, we've never known what else to call it. We all feel like we heard a ghost voice. We just don't know who it belonged to. Our guess is somebody who's died along that road, maybe. It's not exactly free of accidents, but we'll never really know. I've never had an easy time explaining this, and honestly, I stopped trying a long time ago, but writing it down never occurred to me. Not until I saw a post about cryptids, and other people were literally writing out their experiences. Something about doing that feels right, so here goes. I was 7, it was summer, and I was in front of the canoe with my mom behind me paddling, and something with big, wet eyes put its fingers on our boat and looked at me like it knew exactly what I was. We weren't a nature family. Mom couldn't afford camps, so Saturdays were sunscreen, juice boxes, and whatever we could do for cheap. I remember the squeak of my mom's paddle and the plastic sleeve and how she'd half sing to the rhythm when she was in a good mood. I was supposed to keep my hands inside, but I couldn't help but dip them in the water. It felt warm on top and cold if you pushed down a little. I liked the secret of doing it. There wasn't wind, and there weren't other people, just the low insect sound that lives over water, and this cool blue dragonfly that kept escorting us like it owned the place. Mom told me to sit still or I'd tip us. I turned to face her, and then I turned back. The water right beside my knee rose, like someone was pushing a bowl from underneath. It didn't splash. That's the part my brain still argues with. No big movement or moment, just a bump. Like the river was a sheet and something was lifting it with careful hands. Then actual hands were there. Fingers, anyway. Coming up over the rim of the canoe. They were pale and longer than they should have been. It wasn't like bones poking through long, and it wasn't claws. It was more like a person's fingers if someone had grabbed each one and pulled until all of the joints were settled in the wrong places. There was smooth skin, no hair, and the nails, well, if they were nails, they were faint and flat, and more like the end just faded out. I didn't scream. I remember thinking that my mouth was a door that somebody had locked from the outside. The fingers tapped the canoe. Tap, tap, tap. Not hard, just curious. Then the head came up. There were big eyes. If I had to describe the rest, I could. Narrow head, no hair, a slit of a mouth, no obvious ears. But the eyes made the rest seem tame. They were dark, but they weren't empty. They were slick like a seal's, and so close I could see my own tiny reflection inside of them. It blinked with a sideways film, just to sweep across, quick, like one of those lizards on nature shows. Its head tilted, and it held me with the stillness of a praying mantis. Mom said my name, once, normal voice. Then again, like she'd realized too late that something was wrong with the world. The canoe shifted when it tapped again, and I felt that in my knees, in the insides of my elbows. It didn't pull or try to climb in. It just looked like I was the weird animal. Then it let go and slid out of sight. The water folded back together. Mom hauled me backwards onto her lap so fast, the paddle clacked against the gunwale and floated away. She grabbed for it, missed, and then gave up. Started paddling with her hands, short, frantic swipes that did basically nothing. We drifted and turned in a slow circle while she kept saying, "Did you see? Did you see?" And then she swallowed it. I could feel her frantic breath on the top of my head. It smelled like the orange gum she chewed. We got to the bank eventually and scraped mud up our shins, launching ourselves out of the canoe like it was on fire. We didn't talk on the walk back to the car. She put me in a towel and buckled me in, and then just sat there with her forehead on the steering wheel for a long time. When she finally started the engine, she said, "It was a fish." And I knew she didn't believe herself. For years, I tried on different words like hats, otter, muskrat, turtle. None of them have hands like that, though. None of them have eyes like that either. When I was a teenager, I fell into a late-night internet hole, and I tripped over drawings of the Dover demon. I didn't know that name. Then I found Mondegishi on a site that looked like it was built in 1998 and never updated. Thin body, big eyes, long fingers. Sometimes water, sometimes rocks. The sketches put a cold weight in my stomach. I recognized them immediately. It was that same feeling of the canoe rocking a little under me. It was the tap, tap, tap. I brought it up to my mom once in college, in the kitchen while she was rinsing grapes. I said, "Do you remember that thing on the river?" And she said, "No, way too fast." And then softer, "I don't like that story." She set the grapes down like she'd suddenly forgot what they were for. "I had a nightmare last week," she said, and then changed the subject to tuition. She really won't talk about it. I don't go on the water if I can avoid it. I know that might seem dramatic, but pools are fine, mostly. Big rivers, not so much, and no canoes. I'm not trying to lure anything up for a look at me again. Sometimes I think about how it didn't grab. It could have, right? It could have tipped us over or pulled my hand, but it didn't. It looked and let go. The mercy in that makes me more uneasy than if it had been aggressive, I guess. Predator behavior, I understand. Curiosity is weird. People online say that the drawing is a copy of a scary drawing, and I get that. But the drawing, it came after for me. The memory is its own animal. I'm older now. I can rationalize things to make myself feel better. I'm good at calling a shadow a tree. But there's times when I catch my reflection and I just remember seeing my reflection in those eyes, tiny and doubled, in the way that the membrane slid across, how quiet everything was, and how everything went back to normal right after. But it happened. It put its fingers on our boat, and it knew that we were there. It blinked, like a person might blink when a camera flashes. And then it was gone. Out of respect for the story as a whole, I'll tell it from my dad's perspective as he told it to me. This is him responding to me when I asked if he believes in ghosts. So, pardon the French. Here we go. I got your mom knocked up immediately after getting out of prison. And shit, don't get me wrong. I was excited to be a dad, but in order to provide for my new family, I had to get a job fast. Do you remember your Uncle Howie? No, you were about 3 or 4 when he died. Well, I think you're old enough to know the truth. Howie wasn't your real uncle. I met him in prison. He'd already served 15 to 16 years for murdering his drug dealer in the 70s after his weed got laced with acid. It was easy to do back in the day. Mix that with soaking the joint paper in LSD, he went bonkers. He says it was self-defense, but I say he's a fucking liar. Prison was good for him, though, because when I met him, he was completely sober-bober. I was serving a way shorter sentence for that armed robbery thing, but Howie got released 2 years before I did. But during those 2 years, we were still in contact, you know? He says he's got a job lined up for me when I get out, so boom, right when I'm released, I call him asking about it. He tells me, yeah, I'm lead on the grounds team at Golden Hills. I'm thinking, Golden Hills? Isn't that the cemetery? He tells me no, it's a graveyard, not affiliated with the church. Fuck it, cool. That night I pulled my loud-ass chopper out of Grandma's storage shed. After some oil and gas, it revved up and I was able to show up to work the next day. The shit Howie had us doing was like mowing lawns, clipping the hedges, picking up the garbage, you know, and it wasn't a bad gig. I was there for over a year before going to work at the plant. Well, this happened a few months after working there. It was just me, Howie, and some dude named Taylor, and it doesn't really matter. He was doing his own thing. Howie was freaking out because of an upcoming funeral that was going to be held the next morning. It's a full day's work with 6 guys all pulling their weight. With only 3 of us that day, we were all assigned our own set of things we needed to have ready that day with no assistance from each other. The other 3 guys on the team were all driving together that day, and the car got a flat or something. Doesn't matter. We all knew it was going to be a day any way that you cut it. So, both of them have left at this point. Howie's going to get flowers and decorations, and Taylor's sent to Home Depot to get a tarp and a canopy and a drill. I stay behind to get the plot dug deep enough to have the coffin tossed in it. We have a big excavator that we use to move around all the dirt for this kind of job, but that day, it shit out when I tried to start it up. I ended up calling the flower shop from the phone inside. I tell the lady working there to have Howie call me when he gets there. Phone rings 5 minutes later and I tell him what happened to the excavator, and then I ask what we're supposed to do in this situation. He tells me to grab a shovel. I'm sure you've dug up some holes when you were little. The novelty of it seems like fun, but the fun quickly goes away when your back and your shoulders start to ache. The plot that I was digging was going to be somewhere near 8 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 4 feet deep. No, not 6 feet. Apparently they only did that to stop grave robbers. I got the job done in a few hours. I don't think it was even noon yet. So I'm on my hands and knees down there with measuring tape, and I hear someone say from behind me, "Is this one for you?" Now at the time, I was fresh out and I still had that PTSD brain, so I stand up and turn around thinking this guy's threatening me. But his voice didn't match what I was looking at, because he had a deep voice, you know. So when I saw a little boy in a tiny little blue 3-piece suit standing outside the grave looking down at me, I didn't believe it was him. But there was nobody else around, and this kid was 5 or 6, practically a toddler. I go, "What?" And he says again, in the same ridiculously low voice, pointing down to the grave, "Is this one for you?" I said, "What the fuck are you talking about, kid? Where's your parents?" He points in a direction and says, "They're over there." I couldn't see anyone else in the graveyard but me and this kid, and the way he was talking was weirding me out, so I told him to scram. You know, I was working, trying to get my job done. The kid runs past me. When I turned around to see which way he went, I was met face to face with a growling, snarling, hungry coyote. One of its eyes was missing. Its mouth was foaming, like it had rabies or something. The only thing I had for protection was the tape measurer. It got real close to the edge and began smelling the air with big sniffs. I was sure it was going to jump in there with me, attack. But it circled around the grave twice, and then just went on its way through the bushes, 20 yards from the grave plot. I climbed out of the grave and couldn't find that kid or his parents in the graveyard. I'm no bitch, but that scared the shit out of me. The combination of it all. I don't know where any of them came from or where they'd left to. I know the coyote left through the bushes, but there's a chain link fence right on the other side. I don't think it would have been able to clear it. But by how it went into the bushes, it was like he went right through the metal. A few minutes later, the guys got back. I was already done with my end of the job that day, so with them there to lock up, I didn't waste any more time being there. I got on my chopper and woke the dead with my exit. Weeks later, maybe months, I'm mowing the plots, and there's one grave that I have to do by hand because of the way that the tombstone's built. The bottom part stretched out into the little sandbox. It's a child's grave that I'd never paid attention to until that day I happened to be cleaning the walkway with a weed whacker, and I got a ton of grass all over the sandbox in the front of the tombstone. So I get down to clean it all up. But when I'm wiping off the picture that's on this tombstone, guess who I see? That little kid in the blue suit. He was wearing the same suit in the picture. Name was Timothy something. 1964 to 1970. Creepiest full circle thing I ever put together. Nothing like that ever happened again working there, but once is enough. Taylor had a few stories about ghosts chasing him around the grounds, but how he stayed tight-lipped. If anything ever did happen like that to him, he didn't say. But yeah, that was it. My son Leo is only about 18 months old, which means our apartment looks like a primary colored bomb went off in it. We have all the latest and greatest noise-making, light-flashing, battery-draining plastic contraptions you can imagine. But his favorite toy, the one he drags around everywhere and won't sleep without, isn't any of those. It's a little scarecrow doll I found at a dusty antique mall upstate. It's made of burlap with mismatched buttons for eyes and a crudely stitched-on red yarn smile. When I first bought it, I had my mom make some adjustments, tightening the buttons, making it baby-proof, essentially. It's wearing a tiny flannel shirt that has straw sticking out of its cuffs. In its chest, there's one of those old-school squeeze boxes that's supposed to play a tune. The tag said that it was broken, but I didn't care. There was something folksy and charming about it. Leo loved him instantly, and I've named him Patchy. It's caught on. For the first month, everything was perfectly normal. Patchy was just part of the scenery, usually clutched in Leo's little fists. Then I started to hear the music. The first time, I was in the kitchen washing bottles. The baby monitor was on the counter, and I heard a few faint, distorted notes coming through the static. It sounded like a music box, but slow and off-key, like the batteries were dying. I figured it was just interference, maybe picking up a neighbor's crib mobile, but I didn't think much of it. I thought more of it about a week later, when it happened again. Leo was in his playpen and I was on the couch, half asleep. I heard it clearly this time, coming from the playpen. It was the melody to You Are My Sunshine, but it was deeper and guttural, like a man humming the tune through a kazoo. It lasted for maybe 5 seconds and then stopped. I sat bolt upright. Leo was just chewing on his teething ring, not paying any attention. Patchy was lying on his back at the other end of the playpen. I picked the doll up and squeezed the chest. Nothing. Shook it around. It was just dead. There's a muffled thump from the device itself. I was so sleep-deprived, I convinced myself that I'd dreamed the music. But the real shift happened last week. Leo started saying a new phrase. He'd stand up at the window, point to the small patch of woods behind our apartment complex and say, clear as day, "Patchy, in the trees." He'd repeat it over and over. "Patchy in the trees, Patchy in the trees." My wife and I thought that it was cute, but weird, just random toddler speak. But then he started getting scared at night. He'd wake up screaming, pointing at the corner of his room where his toy box was. He'd only calm down if we took Patchy out of the room. This went on for 3 nights in a row. On the 4th night, I was woken up around 3 a.m. by the same distorted music. It wasn't coming through the monitor, though. It was coming from down the hall. It was coming from Leo's room, but it wasn't coming through the monitor. It was the full melody of You Are My Sunshine, slow and dragging, in that same awful deep tone. It sounded like it was being played on a warped record. I flew out of bed and I burst into his room. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The window was wide open, the screen pushed out and hanging crookedly from one corner. Leo was standing up in his crib, sobbing and pointing. He was pointing at the windowsill. Before I could question why I hadn't heard Leo's screams through the monitor, I was looking at the windowsill, and Patchy was sitting there, perched on the edge, its little button eyes facing out into the darkness of the woods behind our building. One of its burlap legs was dangling over the 3-story drop to the ground. I grabbed Leo, but I just stared. The doll wasn't moving, but it felt aware, like I'd interrupted something. The distorted music finally wheezed to a stop. I snatched the doll off the windowsill, slammed the window shut, and took Leo into our room for the rest of the night. The next morning, I took Patchy, put him in a garbage bag, tied it shut, drove 10 miles to a public dumpster behind a strip mall, and buried him under a pile of garbage. I still have no idea what was happening here, obviously. But when Leo says, "Patchy in the trees, now," it doesn't sound cute. It sounds like a memory. And I can't shake the terrifying question that keeps me up at night. Was the doll trying to get out? Or was it trying to let something in? I'd really like to believe that getting rid of the doll was the right move. So, that's what I choose to believe. Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective and appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent, spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks. The high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all loved that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that? We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead, by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I have had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother Penny and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth, so I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth, but I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago, I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, it just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too. Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished, but further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back, fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. A 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. It actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. 2 glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in head first towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again, just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. The Natchez Trace is one of the oldest transportation routes in North America. Humans have been using it for over 10,000 years. If you enjoy stories from the pioneering days, you've probably heard of it, as it's fairly well known for all the brutal robberies and murders that took place there. Today, you can enjoy a beautiful scenic drive down its entire length, but growing up, it was just an old closed-down road with a dark history. I grew up in Natchez, Mississippi, and the road I lived on ran directly over it. My dad would drive us to the overpass, park on the side of the road, and we would take our bikes down to ride along the trace. While there, he would tell me stories about all the Civil War skirmishes that would take place there, on and around the trail, how Meriwether Lewis of Lewis and Clark died and was buried along the trail, and so much more. One of the things he talked about most was the Harps brothers. They were known as Big Harp and Little Harp, and they ended up being some of the road's most feared bandits of all time. Most outlaws were motivated by money or food, but not these guys. They were straight up killing for the fun of it, full-on psychopaths. They terrorized travelers through Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky, and they weren't shy about who they attacked. Big Harp is especially infamous for killing his own daughter because she cried too loud. But that's how twisted these guys were. They didn't hesitate to murder entire families. Anyone who crossed their paths were fair game. It was also a commonly used route for transporting slaves, and they were always prime targets for bandits. Once captured, they could be sold at auction or ransomed back to their owners. There truly is no end to the horrifying acts committed on this trail. Now, I had very much been raised to believe that there are no such thing as ghosts, demons, or monsters. My family is one of logic and science, so these were genuinely just interesting history lessons for me. I was never afraid to be out after dark. I knew those stories were from days long past. The idea that the road could be haunted never remotely occurred to me. Then Dad's bike got a flat tire, and we had to walk 45 minutes back to the truck. In the dark. Normally, we had flashlights if we were going to be out that late, but we had fully intended to be home early that day. Luckily, the full moon and the stars were bright enough that we could just make our way. If anything, we thought the whole thing was funny. There was absolutely no fear or paranoia of any kind. But then we heard a woman scream. It sent a chill through me, one that I felt in my bones. I couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, but I remember exactly how that sound made me feel. The entire atmosphere changed, and this was the 90s, so we didn't have a way to call for help. I've never seen my dad so torn. I didn't understand his position back then, but we were essentially on a dark, unused road in the middle of the woods, and that woman sounded like someone was hurting her. What do? Leave your kid to investigate? He didn't have a weapon or anything to defend himself, and there was no way of knowing how many people were out there. Before he could do anything, a woman's voice screamed, "Help!" from much closer, and he sprung into action. In a blink of an eye, he pushed me to the far side of the road and laid our bikes in the bushes, saying we would collect them in the morning. While he was doing that, I was looking in the direction the screams had come from and saw 2 glowing red eyes set in the darkness. Again, I had zero knowledge of ghosts or monster stories. I had no clue what I was seeing. So when Dad turned back around, I pointed out the eyes and asked what it was. He didn't say anything. He only just stared at them. And while we were both looking, there was another scream, the loudest, closest one yet, and it absolutely came from the owner of those creepy red eyes. If not it, then something that it had a hold of, but the woods were completely still. There wasn't so much as a light breeze when this was happening. At that point, Dad scooped me up and started running for the truck. I had my arms wrapped around his neck, looking over his shoulder, facing behind us, and the second we began moving, something in the woods began moving, fast. It didn't come out into the open, but I could hear it crashing through the brush as it chased after us, and Dad only ran faster. Before long, it was even with us, and there were 2 more blood-curdling screams that sounded like someone was being murdered, but whatever it was, never broke the tree line. When we got to the overpass where the truck was, Dad started climbing without slowing down a bit. I saw the eyes one more time. Whatever it was watched us as we climbed the hill, but that was it. When we got to the truck, Dad pushed me through the driver's side and got back on the road in record time. We lived less than 2 minutes away from that spot, so we were still full of adrenaline when we got home. And Dad kept looking outside every few minutes for the rest of the night, worried something may have followed us. I must have asked him what that thing was 1,000 times, but he didn't know any more than I did. He called the police to report the screams, but he didn't mention the part about being chased, and we never heard anything back from the cops. I think that experience had him questioning everything he thought he knew about our world, but after a few days, his mind began rationalizing certain things away. He went back for our bikes the next day without me, and we eventually resumed our regular trips to the trace. But we were never out there past nightfall again. We also planned how far we went based on how long it would take to walk back, just in case there was another accident. I really don't know what we saw. Some people say it was a skinwalker. Some people say it was a demon or a restless spirit. One person thought it was a banshee. I'm not sure if I believe in all of those things or not, but if those things do exist, then that road has to be crawling with them. I'm a preschool teacher. The school I work at serves primarily Section 8 housing. Our funding for the school is low on resources across the board. Low staffing, low quality, and low quantity of classroom materials, low access to grants. I could go on, but I digress. Because all educators know, our job is to create the future. I just so happen to work in an area where a lot of futures have a 50-50 shot of going to prison or breaking the cycle. The elementary school my students end up going to is down the block from the preschool. I've seen success stories, triumphs against all odds, But alongside those star students are a million that will eventually grow up to fill the shoes of an adult who grew up in their similar circumstances, etched into their being, a vicious cycle, if you will. My partner tells me that I've grown colder to the world. I can't help but to agree. Here's an example of thoughts that have actually gone through my head this week. I'd only admit this through anonymity. But driving to work, I assist with preparing breakfast for the children that arrive early, so it's usually dark on my drive there. I was driving, entering city limits, where I'm usually met with a cluster of junkies on the sidewalk, hunched over, nodding off. This morning, I can see a shirtless man with a shopping cart zigzagging in the middle of a 3-lane highway. Speed limit's 45 on that road. I maintained 45 miles per hour and continued down the lane I was originally traveling in, thinking, I'm not stopping or swerving if this guy wanders in front of me. I'm in the very right lane. He's giving me a 1 to 3 chance that I can take the day off. I'd call my boss from the scene of the accident. Tell him some homeless man just jumped through my windshield. He'd obviously not expect me to be coming in after something like that. The shopping cart would probably get so fucking embedded in the grill of my car that I couldn't very well drive it to work even if my boss did expect me to come in. The S pattern this guy's doing looks like it's coming back into my lane. I'm 100 yards away, 45 miles an hour. I'm driving a little over 20 yards per second. It's a 5 count. I come within inches of clipping him. In my rearview mirror, I watch him drift into the middle lane and continue his highway escapade, completely oblivious to how very close he came to dying. I'm sure my future self is glad it didn't happen, but at the time, I had no empathy for that man or his situation. So, to say I'm mentally exhausted would be the understatement of the year. But my spirit stays strong for the children in my classroom. It makes my day brighter when I can make their day brighter, as they come into my classroom from the hell their subjective home life provides them. So now comes the story that brings me here, I guess. A few months ago, a new student enrolled and was placed into my classroom. The guardians of the child, who we'll call Leon, consisted of his mother, Sasha, a 20-year-old woman who spoke English as a second language. Our primary communication and translator for the family was a man named Angelo. He was Leon's uncle and second guardian. Angelo was also in his 20s and Sasha's brother. The 3 of them lived in low-income housing apartments provided by the state. Sasha worked at a fast food restaurant. Angelo worked at a hotel. They both worked long hours on switch shifts in order to be there for Leon. Angelo was also taking online classes trying to get his degree. They were the epitome of everything our preschool strived for with our families, working hard for a better future. Where I work, it's not luxurious. It's not supposed to be. It should feel like liminal space. You can find a better, safer place to live, but only if you work for it. Some people are content with this life. The apartments around my school will always be filled. But there will also be tenants who use this as a stepping stone to move up, and that's the goal. It's the reason I show up to work, to show hope to the hopeless, give a boost to the fighters who deserve more than what life has provided. At the beginning of this month, Leon wasn't in attendance for a whole week. The office told me that his mom called sounding distraught, told them that it was a family emergency. Because of her limited English, she wasn't able to explain or advise when Leon would be back. On that Friday, after the children had left, I was organizing my classroom, preparing take-home packets as next week was the final week before spring break. I'm shuffling through papers at my desk when I hear a gentle knock on one of the glass windows on the other side of the room. I look up and it's Angelo. He waves at me, and I was happy to see him standing there. I came out from around my desk, and I go out the side door to greet him. I had so many questions. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I really cared about this family. When I come out, I'm like, Angelo, hey man, it's so good to see you. Sasha called, told us there was an emergency. How's it going? Is Leon okay? Angelo smiles, and he tells me everything will be all right, that Leon will be in class on Monday. I'm so relieved. I leave my questions there. He tells me, "Thank you for all the love." I said something like, "Of course, man. Thanks for being you." He leaves, and I go back into my classroom to finish the last of my tasks before going home. The weekend passes, and Monday comes. Leon's in class. He's noticeably somber. Midday, having his friends back around him made his heart perk up a little. He was conversing more with his peers. Throughout the day, I would ask, "How are you feeling?" And it was finally met with an answer instead of the silence he'd been holding on to. With a sigh, he tells me, "Tio's gone." I say that I'm sorry to hear that. Then another child distracts Leon's attention with a dinosaur toy, and I'm grateful to see his eyes light up again. I try not to give him any more reasons to think about something sad that day. That afternoon, Sasha comes to pick up Leon. A friend from work has accompanied her, and she introduces herself and tells me Sasha brought me so I can explain what happened. Leon runs up and grabs Sasha's leg. The woman tells me that Angelo unalived himself last Monday. The cops were at Sasha's door as she was waking up that morning. 3 hours earlier, a man had jumped from the roof of the hotel building, and they needed her to identify the body. I'm in disbelief. I begin to stammer out that I just saw him on Friday, but tears quickly begin to fill the bottoms of my eyelids. Whatever I saw outside my window last week could mentally be sorted out later. At that moment, I knew not to protest. I couldn't stop the tears from forming in my eyes, and they immediately filled my eyes when I accepted the news as truth. I told her thank you. Sasha and I didn't engage with words. I didn't want to completely break down in front of my student. I had to be strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and we looked at each other before they turned around and left. I really don't know how to end this. I really don't know why I started writing it to begin with. I do feel better for it, though. The world is dark, and it only becomes more opaque the longer you look. All you can do is try your best to make it a better place, and hope the next person will do the same. Be kind to one another. You don't know what real horrors families face every day. What you have does not make you who you are. When I retell this, I'm going to speak frankly and matter of fact, because whether or not someone believes in its authenticity won't change how real it was for me. Family, friends, therapists, doctors. Nobody I've ever confided in has truly heard this story and believed me. My sincerity only made the people I told more uncomfortable. I couldn't blame them. It's hard for me to say if I would have believed myself. I recognized how outlandish I was sounding. I stopped telling people. I stopped asking questions. I accepted this new life as real. The answer to my questions was that there was no question. When I was 11 years old, my brother Aiden and I were kicking the football around in our family's driveway. After a missed shot, the ball took a bounce off the corner of the garage and into the road. I wouldn't say we lived on a busy street by any means, but cars did fly up and down our road frequently. I see one of these cars cruising up 90 meters ahead. Initially, my concerns are on the ball getting popped. It wasn't the first time we'd watched one of our footballs get run over after rolling into the street. We did our best to chase it down before it bounced off the curb. The boundaries of our pursuits were outlined by our property and fiercely enforced by our parents. Both of us had received reprimands about leaving the driveway earlier that week chasing after a ball, and we would have been grounded if we did it again. When Aiden leapt off the sidewalk and followed after the ball, I couldn't believe he'd risk both of our summer freedom by disobeying the rules. I knew I'd be equally associated standing on the sidewalk watching him dash out there like a fool. As he ran past me, my reflexes sprang my arms out for him, but my fingertips just missed his collar. Frantically, I started yelling his name. Aiden's completely unaware of the vehicle speeding his way. It was a red Ford Escort. The driver was looking down, but at the very last moment, before completely smashing into Aiden. The lady glances up and spins the steering wheel. The tires screech and Aiden turns with a jaw-dropped, shocked expression as the car comes within centimeters of hitting him. The back tires fishtail, sending the car up onto the sidewalk and heading straight towards me. It all happened too fast for me to react. When she hits me, the car goes straight over top of me. The woman crashes through our neighbor's fence into their garden. This causes our neighbors to run out and see what had happened. Parts of my body were crushed by the weight, and I can't feel my legs. Fading in and out of consciousness, one of the neighbors began CPR on me, while the other called an ambulance. The man becomes a muddled oval of dark colors as he's performing compressions over me. Then, the dark colors grew into a solid black when I felt my eyes close. When I wake up, I'm no longer in the amount of pain I was previously in. I can feel pressure from the wrap around my head. I try to move my arms and I notice that my left arm is in a cast. And aside from other minor cuts and abrasions, I was doing way better than how I thought I'd be doing after going under a car. I kicked my legs around under the white sheets. I could feel them again, and they had no injuries on them. I'm so happy at that point that I'm about to hyperventilate. I hear movement next to my bed and see a doctor standing beside me. When I opened my eyes, she happily told me, "Welcome back. Your surgery was a success. I'll let your parents know you're awake." Then she walked out of the room. There's another hospital bed across from mine, a field of vision previously blocked by the doctor. I didn't expect to see Aiden there, and I'm thoroughly confused when he's also bloodied and banged up. His face is swollen and red. His limbs are absent of any casts or splints. He's casually playing a Kirby game on his handheld. He pauses the game when he sees my puzzled stare. Aiden mimics my facial expression in a dramatic, contorted way before asking why I'm looking at him like that. Him being there bewildered me. I asked how he got hurt. Aiden rolls his eyes. He thinks I'm milking the head injury. "Stop playing. You're not that drugged up." I feel tears fall down my cheek. Aiden also sees the genuine emotion when I ask again for him to tell me what happened. With a rushed tone, he sounded annoyed having to remind me why we were laying in hospital beds. He says, "You just woke up from surgery. You now have a long piece of metal and a bucket of nails inside your forearm helping the bones fuse together. Your little narcotic nap just wore off." He again accuses me of faking my amnesia, reminding me that he had the same surgery a few years ago on his leg. He tells me that morphine doesn't wipe the brain. It was my first time waking up from an unconscious state like that, but I could still differentiate the tired fog of my pain medication from the feeling that I was missing a piece of the story, one that would let my last memory and the current setting that I was in line up in an understandable way. I was run over by a car today. Saying it out loud made me recoil, thinking about how terrifying it had all been. Aiden corrects me, saying, "You weren't run over. We were hit by that car and sent flying into the neighbor's yard." In his version of the story, Aiden didn't leave the sidewalk to retrieve the ball. Both of us stood on the sidewalk and watched the driver of the red car turn their head up and swerve. Aiden managed to push both of us backwards, and instead of the car hitting us head on, we were both hit by the left headlight and spun like rag dolls. I was out for a couple of minutes, but by the time medics arrived on scene, I was already apparently up and walking around. I was put under once more so that they could do my surgery. I couldn't believe it, even though the evidence was right in front of me. Aiden was wearing different clothing from what he had originally gone out with. Leaving the house that day, he was wearing his red Manchester United t-shirt. Now he was wearing a white YMCA shirt, one that I'd never seen before. I asked him where he got that shirt. He gives me a weird look and says, "My Y shirt? Got it from the laundry this morning." He told me he'd been wearing it all day. I look down, and my clothes are different too. They're still torn and bloodied from the accident, but what I'd put on that day was different. There were other little things that I began noticing that started leading me down the rabbit hole. Everything was the same, but there were slight changes I kept seeing. But after my brother's reaction, I didn't keep pointing out the oddities I found. When my mom walked into the hospital room, she didn't have a nose ring. When we got home, my posters were on opposite walls. Some of my clothes were different colors. Small details were different, and every time I'd point them out, I'd look crazy. For someone to believe me, they'd have to abandon their sense of reality. They didn't experience what I had. This is the only reality they knew, that they know. Nothing changed for them. Meanwhile, I kept finding alterations in life from before the accident. Over the years, it became less difficult to accept the new reality. From time to time, I'll still find a bit of information that seems wrong to me. For better or for worse, I've stopped questioning it. I believe it's healthier to just move forward, rather than losing my mind over a theory only I comprehend. When I went back to school, most of the kids were the same. Some had changed. Some of the teachers had changed, but the curriculum remained the same. None of the big historical events changed. I only had to relearn a few names. For example, the woman who refused to give up her seat on the bus to protest equal rights. Before the accident, we learned about a woman named Claudette Colvin. In this timeline, the torch was taken up by a woman named Rosa Parks. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name hadn't changed, and his movement had the same impact. But the Claudette Colvin example is one of many tiny details I've trained myself to ignore and relearn. It seemed only the small choices had the most amount of change. But every choice, big or small, leads you in a direction that will undoubtedly have more choices in need of pondering. Thinking like this, even to the smallest degree, who I was, who my brother, friends, and family all were, their lives and personalities would have had to change as well, even to the smallest degree, as a result of different choices made throughout their life. I'm sure everyone says this, but I want to preface my story by saying that I try to be as rational and as logical as I can be in everything that I do. I wouldn't attribute something to the paranormal if I thought there would be a rational explanation. That being said, I've always had a fascination with the paranormal. Here are some of my, what I believe to be, paranormal experiences. The first was when I was about 10 years old. My family and I went to stay with my dad's sister and her family for Easter. Before my aunt and uncle split up, they lived in a very large, very old, almost mansion-like house. I loved this house, even though it often made me feel uneasy. One night when my extended family were in the kitchen playing board games, I opted to stay in the living room and watch TV. My family are all quite a bit older than me, and I often got bored sitting around with all the adults. I was channel hopping and generally zoning out when a noise startled me. The handle to the living room door was rattling. I quickly turned and the rattling stopped. I went to the door and opened it, expecting to see one of my brothers tearing down the corridor to the kitchen, but there was nobody there. The corridor was dark, lit only by the light that leaked out from around the kitchen door. I returned to the couch, a little perturbed but otherwise okay. A few minutes later, the rattling started again, this time more urgently. I quickly got up and sprinted to the door. For a moment, the rattling stopped. Then, to my horror, the handle began to turn, slowly but surely. I don't know how I found the courage to do so, but I ripped open the door while the handle was still turning, ready to scream at whoever was teasing me. The corridor was empty. I'd considered several explanations, from the wind to a mini earthquake, but nothing explains how the handle started turning, as if someone was on the other side. My next experience, it took place in my family's home. I was about 15 and going through a phase of staying up late every night. Before my dad died, he ran several brass bands in the local area and often came home late at night. He'd always wind down with some TV before going to bed, but he'd always forget to put the headphones in. This night was no different. I was sitting reading on my bed, and I started to hear the muffled sound of the TV beneath my feet. I don't know if I was in a bad mood or something, but it made me really mad that night. I threw my book down, stormed down the stairs, flung open the living room door, and pitch black. The room was pitch black and dead silent. My heart started pounding. Had I imagined it? But I hadn't. As I shut the door and started to walk back up the stairs, the sound started up again. It sounded like a conversation, but no matter how hard I strained to hear what was being said, the voices remained distorted. I didn't sleep a wink that night. This last experience, it also occurred in my house. I was about 17 and settling in for bed at about 3 a.m. I was lying in bed, about to sleep, when I realized I needed to go to the bathroom. Absolute pain, but I dragged myself up nonetheless. As I go to open my door, I'm hit by a sudden sense of dread. Something's telling me not to go out into the landing. As I try to steady my breathing, I hear something outside my door. A slow, steady step going up the stairs. The stairs in my house are ridiculously creaky, and it's impossible to go up them without making a sound. I was also the only one in the house that night, so to hear the footsteps coming up the stairs was utterly terrifying. I shouted to whatever was outside, hoping to scare it off. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and it took me several minutes to muster up the courage to open the door. The landing was empty. I quickly went from room to room, looking for any evidence of someone having been in the house, but everything was undisturbed, and the windows were all shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night either. So, there you have it. Some very spooky, unexplained incidents that may or may not be paranormal. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived one more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. I was 13 years old. I'd been attacked in a school playground by a vicious Doberman, let loose by some stupid kids. The dog tore a hole in my hamstring and tendon, so my dad decided that we should go to the ER. As we arrive, we can hear some kind of two-way radio with a voice saying there was a bad accident and 2 people were coming into the ER. I was taken back and told to lay prone on the exam table. The staff were scurrying around, preparing for the arrivals. The doctor came over, injected me with a numbing agent, and started to stitch my torn hamstring together. Suddenly, with a bang, the ER doors fly open, and I can see one person being transferred and wheeled into a space next to me. The doctor made his apologies and ran over to help him. I couldn't make out the gender because the amount of blood. Wasn't even sure there was a head. I couldn't even tell where the head was supposed to be. For the next 30 minutes, they worked on this poor soul with CPR, trying to shock him to life. The curtain was not pulled across, and I witnessed the whole gruesome mess. I could smell burning flesh. After some time, I heard the eerie tone of a flatline, just like in the movies. Mind you, I'm 13, but my mom was a nurse. I'd seen quite a bit for a kid. Still, I was horrified. There was a fresh, dead person next to me. The doctor and nurses received the next patient and worked on them with success in the space to my right. I think they lived. With a sigh, he returned to me and noticed that I could see everything, including the dead body just feet away from me. Oh, geez. He pulled the curtain across to block the view. Is that guy dead? I asked. Yep, damn it he is. He didn't wear a seatbelt, and this is what happens. After pulling his bloody gown and gloves off, he slowly washed his hands in silence, walked over to me. At least I can fix you. My dad asked how it went in the ER, and I told him I just wanted to go home. I used to work in construction. I was part of a crew that was assigned to enclose a building that was gutted by a fire. The building was an old train depot that housed offices and a microbrewery and several restaurants. Our job was to shore up the walls, install the second floor, relocate the elevator, beef up the foundation, and build a roof system. One day, my fellow worker named Dan and I were assigned to relocate the elevator to the center of the building and also cut out the flooring and floor joist and frame up the opening. After successfully completing that task, we were cleaning up around the area, and I dropped my tape measure into that hole in the floor. I would have to go down into the basement to retrieve it. There were 2 ways I could go. I decided to go down the closest way and proceeded to that staircase. It was the back one, a narrow, dark staircase that ended up in a small room without a light. That room opened into a larger room with 1 light bulb that wasn't bright enough to light up the entire room. As I entered the room, I could see my tape measure lying on the floor. I proceeded to walk over and grab it. And that's when I saw what I thought was Dan, standing just out of the light. I couldn't see his face, just the clothes and feet. It dawned on me that the clothes were different and that he got down there really fast. I asked him how he got down there so quick as I passed him. When he didn't respond back, I turned to look at him, and he disappeared. I grabbed my tape and ran up and out of that space as quickly as I could. I knew at that point that I had just seen a ghost. I told the crew about it, and they laughed at me, started calling me the Ghostbuster, or Buster for short. That story made it to a TV station that was 100 miles away, and they interviewed me. I was also interviewed by a documentary movie director, someone that wanted to put my story into a project he was working on. Come to find out, the original owner back in the 1800s had a daughter that fell in love with a local man, one that was not of her standing. The father, not wanting his daughter to marry outside of their class, had shot the man and killed him after an argument. Thus the reason he was still there, waiting for her. I was also assigned to lock up and unlock the job site every day. I used to come in early and unlock the building and the trailer. I I used to find the doors unlocked and no footprints in the snow. That place used to give me the creeps. In New Hampshire, we have the Flume Gorge, a 2-mile hike with huge cliffs and waterfalls. I'm a photographer, and in 2002, I got a new camera that I was dying to test on the falls. I had a late start, one of the tires blew on the way, and I got a speeding ticket. It was so late that I should have just tried again the next day, but I wanted those fancy sunset pictures. Much of the trail has stairs and walkways, but I went where I shouldn't have and put my foot into a hole because I couldn't see the ground. I plummeted down one of the thankfully smaller waterfalls, all for a unique angle, an angle I'm still paying for today, and I didn't even get the damn shot. I bounced off several rocks and landed in the freezing water below. My right arm and leg were unquestionably broken. My leg was twisted in a way that made me vomit. I somehow managed to get my body onto dry land, and that's when I noticed the broken ribs and the numbness in my hip. But I couldn't move at all afterwards. My flashlight must have gotten lost in the fall, so I laid there, bleeding from unknown places, in and out of consciousness. It was a pitch-black, starless night. The insects ate me alive, but I couldn't swat them away. At one point, something big came close enough to smell me, and I screamed. It backed away with a short grunt, but I never heard it leave. After drifting off again, something woke me by nudging my broken arm with a giant paw. The tips of its sharp claws raked my skin, and I screamed so loud I thought that I would wake the world. Again, there was that same grunt in a short retreat, but it stopped somewhere close by. I occasionally heard it creep closer, only to back away again when I yelled. I deeply feared what it would do while I slept. There was too much pain to keep myself awake. No matter how hard I tried, I would pass out and dream of being eaten by a giant prehistoric bear. Then I'd wake up screaming. I must have repeated that cycle at least 10 times before the rangers found me in the morning. I wept when I saw them. I worried that they were another dream, but once the rescue team started moving me, I knew that it was the awake kind of pain. They airlifted me to a hospital where I stayed for 4 weeks, got tons of metal placed into my body, all for a picture. I went to high school in northern Kentucky for a couple of years. Me being bored with little friends, didn't really know what else to do other than take my bike out and go explore the mountainous roads near home. In the middle of summer, I left about 8 a.m. and set out for a nearby town. At about 11 a.m., I realized that I was getting pretty thirsty, and when I looked down at the cup holder, I panicked. I'd forgotten my water bottle on the kitchen counter. These are the foothills of the Appalachians. There's gotta be a stream somewhere, right? I dropped the bike near the side of the road and covered it with leaves, started walking towards what I hoped was a stream at the bottom of the hill. There were streams everywhere, so I hoped there would be some water. When I got to the bottom, sure enough, there was a stream. Or at least there was when it rained, because it was all dried up. I had a splitting headache. I could hardly think clearly. I didn't know what to do, so I prayed. To this day, I've only prayed for 4 things in my entire life, and this was the first one. I just prayed for water, or guidance to a house, or a store, or someone to possibly drive by, something to drink. Halfway back up the hill, a man in a suit walked out from a tree, like, no shit, right there in front of me, and said, "You look thirsty. Would you like some water?" And he held out a bottled water. I didn't notice that he was wearing a suit at the time. I didn't care that it was so random. I just took it and drank it. He gave me directions to a house about 10 minutes away, told me that they'd give me a lift home. I thanked him I don't know how many times and started walking up the hill. thinking that he was right behind me, only he wasn't, and I didn't notice until I got to the top and sat down in the shade, cooling off. I sat there thinking for a few minutes about how random that was. And wait, was that guy wearing a suit? Yes, he was. What the fuck? After 10 minutes of me trying to figure it out rationally, I just gave up and continued on to the house that he'd given me directions to. Maybe they knew him. I found the house, and they gave me some Gatorade and a lift home with my bike in the back of their truck. Along the way, we made some small talk. I told them about the man in the suit. They looked at each other, and it got awkward. Well, they can think I'm crazy or not. I don't care as long as I can get home. The air conditioning felt great, and I just looked out the window the last bit before I got to my parents' house. The wife spoke up and asked me, what did the man look like? I told her what I'd noticed. His hair, the tattoo on his hand. She started to break down crying, told me to shut up. Not in a mean way, just impassionately to shut up. The man looked at me in the rear view, told me about how their son had died near their house in a freak accident. And my description, it sounded just like him. Then they sort of apologized, told me not to take offense, that it probably wasn't him. They were backtracking. Now they thought that I thought they were crazy. But I don't know that I did. Was it him? I'll never know. I don't even know where I was. Was it an answer to my prayer? Maybe. I just don't know. I have no rational explanation, only a memory. The memory comes back on silent nights, usually when the refrigerator clicks on. Its low thrumming sounding just enough like the dead hum of a deactivated amplifier to trick my ears. I haven't lived in the Lookout 7 tower for almost a decade, but sometimes the stillness of my apartment is a perfect echo chamber for the quiet terror of that last week. I was a radio purist, a solitude addict. That remote fire lookout station at Klamath National Park was my heaven. My only real lifeline to the outside world was the ham radio setup that I'd hauled up there. A beautiful, complicated array of wires, dials, and a meticulously tuned vertical dipole antenna. The static was my white noise, and the familiar voices I caught were my only neighbors. The most consistent voice belonged to a man named Dusty. He was a retiree, a fellow ham operator down in a small town about 50 miles south. We talked for 2 hours every Tuesday and Friday. Same time, same frequency. Dusty had a low, gravelly voice. One that sounded like he'd smoked a pack a day for 50 years. He talked about gardening, the price of gasoline, and the weather. Simple things, human things. The change started subtly. About 3 weeks before I finally left, it was a Tuesday. Well, you just hold up there, Leo. Dusty signed off. Don't let those big trees fall on your head. 7-3. I smiled. He always signed off with 7-3, the ham radio code for best regards. But I noticed he said, hold up there, instead of his usual hang tight. It was nothing, a minor change in cadence. People don't always use the exact same phrases. I blamed it on the geomagnetic conditions that can subtly alter the sound of a voice. But then it sort of escalated. The next Friday, Dusty was talking about his tomato yield. You know, Leo, I'm surprised by the volume I get from these little plants. Volume. Dusty would never use that kind of word. I know it seems simple, but he'd say a heap or a bunch or something. Volume was a little precise for a guy whose vocabulary was mostly dedicated to fishing lures and the local diner menu. I frowned and keyed the mic just 'cause. You doing all right, Dusty? You sound a little formal. There was a brief silence, a stretch of dead air that went on for too long. And then the voice returned, pitch perfect. "Oh, I'm just great, Leo. Good old Dusty. Just talking about my little garden. Gotta go, neighbor. Clouds are moving in." There was something just so off about all the things he was saying. The phrases were close, but off-key. There were times when Dusty wouldn't remember what we talked about. He'd sound more like himself, but it was like he forgot the other conversations. But it wasn't like he forgot. It was he really wasn't there. He'd been sick at the hospital a couple of times. He wasn't there. He said that might happen a few Tuesdays and Fridays while he was going through treatment. I tried not to press him on it, because clearly he was telling me something personal. But I started to feel like this was some sort of mimic I'd talked to. Didn't have a great feeling about it. I think for me, the terror began when the transmission stopped being so one-way. I started to hear things between our calls, during the static breaks. I was alone, fiddling with a dial, and I'd happen to let out a short, frustrated sigh. 5 seconds later, a burst of static, and then a clean, crisp sound. A sigh, right back through the speaker. It was my sigh. I began to test it sometimes, tapping my pencil against the desk. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, the microphone would pick up the faint, almost swallowed sound of a tap, tap, tap in the silence. It wasn't an echo from the mountain. It was coming over the frequency. The thing, whatever had been being Dusty, was no longer content to copy an old man's voice. Felt like it was listening to me and learning me. And then came the storm. A massive late-season squall that sounded like a freight train rolling through the pines. All communication went out. The regular phone line was down, and I was truly isolated. Just the radio set and the rain. At 2:40 a.m., the radio lights flickered, and the speaker exploded with life. Not static, but clear. A clean human voice cutting through the storm like a beacon. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Dusty. 14.230. I'm in trouble. I need help. I'm pinned under a tree on my property. My legs are broken. Can anyone read me?" It was Dusty, his true voice, ragged and desperate. The terror was palpable. My heart was drumming in my chest. I grabbed my mic, fingers shaking, ready to call the sheriff's department and relay the coordinates. But just as I brought the mic to my lips, another voice cut across the frequency, completely overriding Dusty's cries. The second voice was low and resonant and calm. It wasn't begging. It was issuing a command. "Negative. Emergency traffic. This is Leo, lookout 7. I repeat, this is Leo, lookout 7. I'm injured. My legs are broken and I'm bleeding out on the access road. I'm fading fast. Send immediate response to lookout 7 access road." The blood drained from my face. I didn't recognize the calm tone, but obviously I recognized the texture and the pitch and the slight crack to the voice. It was mine. Perfect. Uncanny. It was better than the imitation of Dusty. It was me, lying and calling for help, overriding the real distress call and rerouting the rescue to the tower. I ripped the headset off, and the sound of the two voices, Dusty pleading for his life in my own voice, sending help in the wrong direction, ringing in my ears. The thing hadn't just learned my voice. It waited for a moment of total isolation to use it as a weapon. It was calling out and using my identity as bait. I threw the main power switch to the radio, plunging the cabin into silence broken only by the rain. But the silence didn't last. I ripped the access panel off the console and saw the antenna wire. Still hot with the residual broadcast. The lie was out there, but the real call wasn't over, and Dusty was still screaming. I found the main transmitter feed, and with trembling hands, I jury-rigged a direct line to the backup antenna. It was a local, low-power frequency, meant only for our short-range maintenance crews, a signal too weak to override the powerful, false one. It was a whisper against a shout, but it was honest. I was shouting into the mic to ignore the broadcast on Channel 4. My real voice was hoarse and raw. Dusty is here, mile marker 22. The old lodging trail, I repeat, mile marker 22. Don't listen to anything else. I spent the rest of the night just repeating mile marker 22, 22, 22. As I sat there with a hatchet in my lap, I was listening to the wind and the rain. Eventually, I set everything back up. I had to know if they'd found Dusty. But I wouldn't learn anything that night. It would be later that morning. They found Dusty, alive but with a broken leg, clinging to his radio setup. The search party said that the main distress call had been chaotic, sending most of the crews miles away. But one old-timer, working a short-range maintenance band, had heard a strange, panicked whisper that kept repeating the number 22, and he followed it. I never told anyone about that second voice, and I left that day without signing the logbook or saying a word to anyone. I don't know what the hell it was, but I do feel like it was trying to use me to kill Dusty. I still live a quiet life now, far from the woods, though. I refuse to buy a shortwave radio. I wouldn't say the radio scares me now, but I just think different things when I hear the static. Now, white noise is my white noise. I don't collect campfire tales, but I have collected one story that my grandpa would tell me the same way every single time, like he was rattling off specs in his sleep. He wasn't a talker. Blue flannel, thermos coffee, and the guy that would fix a neighbor's mower and didn't take money for it. Just said, "Get me next time," and meant it. If you asked him whether he believed in Bigfoot, he'd say, "I don't believe in anything. I saw what I saw." This was in the late 60s, up in the foothills east of town where the roads turn into logging spurs, and the map just gives up. Grandpa was hauling a small trailer with cedar posts that he'd cut for a fence job. It was October, wet leaf smell, road shine, that steady drizzle that doesn't look like rain until you realize everything is soaked. He'd finished late, no moon. The dash clock had one bulb burnt out, so the 8 looked like a B. The road out there was skinny, pitch black between the trees, with ditches that chew up axles if you get lazy. He was creeping along in second, tires humming that low, warm note, heat barely keeping the fog off the windshield. Wipers, thup, thup. He said he wasn't thinking about anything, just home and whether there was chili left. Then the deer started to cross. He saw it from the right first, a flash of hide in the low beams, that hop step that they do when they realize that the road is a bad choice. He eased the brake. What he says next, he always said the same. The deer was halfway, nose toward the ditch on my left, when something big came out of the dark and took 2 long steps behind it. He doesn't do adjectives. He won't say massive or huge. He says, bigger than me by a lot. Shoulders as wide as the hood. Head higher than the cab. 2 steps. He'll show you with his hands, one flat sweep, then another, like he's counting boards. He says the second step was on the yellow line, and the leg cleared the deer's back, easy. The deer didn't bolt. It flattened. He said, That's the part that still sits wrong in his chest. It wasn't scared of a truck. Cars are predictable. It was scared of that thing. He says the deer lay down right there, legs tucked, eyes rolling white, chest heaving like it was trying to crawl into itself. Gramps hit the brakes hard enough to nosedive the truck. The trailer gave a soft bump, tongue taking up slack. Headlights swept across the wall of wet alder and fir, and in that slice of light, he watched a back the size of a refrigerator move left to right, hair dark and matted like it had been sleeping in a salal, water glinting off the tips. No glowing eyes or movie snarl, just the back of this shoulder slope, the head turning once, the silhouette of a face that was too forward in the way that it sat on the body, like the neck started further down than ours do. He says it didn't look at him, not like a person would look at another person. It looked past the truck, past the deer, at the road behind it, like it was thinking about crossing again. And then it slid into the dark, and the brush closed. No running or crashing, just gone in 2 seconds, with the deer. That's the whole sighting. He didn't chase it, obviously. He didn't get out with a spotlight or a camera that we didn't own. He just sat there with both hands locked at 10 and 2 until the brake pedals started to buzz under his foot. And then he put the truck in park, tried to remember how to breathe around the steering wheel. He did pull forward, and he did put the hazards on. He says that he got out because he needed air that wasn't the truck smell or wet wool. The forest out there always smells like cedar and mushrooms, a little bit like rot. That night it smelled like wet dog had been rolling in moss and shit. That was his description. Wet dog, moss, smoke, and shit. It wasn't a skunk, obviously. It wasn't a cow smell. It was a smell that was big and out of place. In the gravel shoulder, 1 step off his driver's door, he found a rock the size of a softball, sitting dead center in the tire track that he'd made coming in. It wasn't there when he stopped. He'd never felt it. He says the rock was slick with rain, and it looked like every other river rock out there, but it was perched proud on the loose crush, like a placed thing, like a doorstop for the truck. He picked it up, hated the feel of it, but he put it in the bed without deciding why, and drove. He didn't tell anybody that night. He came home, set his boots by the stove, stared at the chili like it had failed him, and told my grandma he was tired. He went to work in the morning like normal and delivered the posts. Around lunch, out behind the shop, he noticed the canopy window on the right side of the bed. It had a big smear high up at the edge. Mud and pine pitch stuck in a shape that didn't come from his hands or jacket. 4 long tracks with a shorter one set wide. He measured it with his hand spread. It overshot even with his pinky stretched until the joint popped. He scrubbed it off with a rag and diesel because he didn't like seeing it there. He didn't save the rag. He didn't think to. Not built like that. We do still have the rock, though. It lives in a coffee can full of random bolts and finished nails on the shelf in the shop. He won't say the rock has anything to do with anything. He also won't throw it away. When we cleaned the shelves last spring, I asked if I should toss the can, and he said, "Leave it," in a tone that he used to use when a board is level and you should stop touching it. He stopped taking fence jobs up there after dark. That's the only behavior that changed. He didn't start seeing shapes in every stump. He didn't quit elk season. Though he stopped sitting alone at the bottom of draws and started still hunting the ridges where the wind's honest. Later in life, when the guys at the counter would start in with YouTube videos, he'd walk away, If somebody presses, "Come on, you grew up out there. You ever see anything?" he'll say, "Nope," unless he likes you. Then he'll tell you the deer part, and the 2 steps, and the smell. He never adds teeth or glowing eyes, and he never adds a second sighting. He never says Bigfoot. He says, "Something crossed the road behind a deer and took it. It was just too big for this world that I know." I've seen him change his mind about politics and football. I've watched him apologize to a teenager for getting short when a car wouldn't seat. He'll admit a miscut. He'll call himself wrong about the weather. This story never shifts. Not a word. It sits in him like a post set deep and tapped. So do I believe? I believe my grandpa. I believe in 2 steps that eat up a lane. I believe in a smell that doesn't fit the list. I believe in a rock that wasn't there, and then it was, like punctuation. And I believe that the woods out there are old enough to keep things secret, big secrets. And that's whether we're ready to put a nameplate on them or not. But I'm okay with saying that my grandpa saw Bigfoot. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a 1-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before, and to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina, and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently, and they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet, and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing. But with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things. But I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing, but before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me." But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about. But in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. This is a story my great-grandpa told my family for as long as anyone can remember. It happened long before I was born, back when my mom and aunts were little. I've heard it so many times that I can picture it clear as day, like I was there myself. They'd been visiting my great-grandpa's brother that night. It was late when they finally pulled into the driveway. It was country dark, where the trees blend into the sky. My great-grandpa noticed right away that something was off. The back door was open. Not all the way, just cracked. Like someone had slipped in or out and hadn't bothered to close it. He said that his stomach did that thing immediately. The door was never left unlocked. He told my great-grandma and the kids to stay in the car. My mom remembers how serious his voice sounded. Quiet, but firm. The kind of tone that you don't argue with. He reached under the driver's seat and took out his pistol. Then went in alone. He said the air inside felt wrong the moment he stepped through the door. The house was still, but not in a peaceful way. It was the kind of silence that presses on your ears, heavy and expectant. He'd only made it a few steps into the kitchen when he saw something. At first, he thought it was an animal, a large cat, maybe, like a bobcat or something that had wandered in. But as his eyes adjusted, he realized it wasn't shaped quite right. The body was too low, too long, and it wasn't moving like any animal he'd ever seen. He said it was pitch black, so dark it didn't seem to reflect the light from his flashlight at all. Like the shape itself swallowed the light instead. And then it moved. It darted forward in a blur, silent and fast. He didn't even think, he just fired. Point blank. The shot echoed through the house. But the thing didn't react or flinch or slow down. It rushed past him, out through the open back door, and vanished into the night. Outside, my great-grandma and the kids saw it too. My mom says that she remembers seeing a dark, shapeless figure burst from the doorway, like a humanoid plume of smoke disappearing into the tree line. Not a person, just person-shaped. Once my great-grandpa was sure they were all safe, he searched the house top to bottom, every room, every corner. Nothing was disturbed. No broken glass, no claw marks, no sign of a struggle. He went back out with a lantern, checking for blood or tracks, anything that might explain it, but there was nothing. Not a single footprint in the dirt. He checked again the next morning, hoping daylight might reveal something he'd missed. Still, nothing. The ground was soft from rain, but there were no impressions. No trace that anything had been there at all. But where was his brother? He'd show up again in 2 days, having no idea what my great-grandfather was talking about. No one else should have been there, and he'd never seen a shadow with shape. My great-grandpa wasn't the type to make things up. He was an old-school kind of man, steady and not easily shaken. He hunted, he farmed, he fixed everything himself, spent time in the woods, the mountains. If he said something scared him, he took it seriously. And he always said that night was the only time in his life he ever felt real fear. He never called it a ghost or a demon, nothing like that. He'd just say that it wasn't any animal I know, and it wasn't human. To this day, my family still talks about it whenever we visit that old house, the one that belonged to my great-uncle. No one knows what that thing was, but we all believe my great-grandpa. Still, I'd really love to know what he saw that night. For about 10 years, I worked as a land surveyor, mostly doing contract work for timber companies up in the Cascades. It meant a lot of time alone, deep in the woods, sometimes for days at a time. You get used to the sounds of the forest, the wind, the birds, occasional snapping of a branch that still makes you jump. You learn what's normal. This happened on a job mapping a remote section of land northeast of Darrington. I was about a mile from the nearest logging road, setting up my transit. It was dead quiet, one of those days where the air is so still that you can hear the blood in your own ears. I really didn't expect what I heard next. Someone calling my name. Dave. It was clear as a bell. It sounded like my wife, which was impossible. She was at her desk job 80 miles away. I spun around, nothing. Just endless firs and ferns. I shook my head, and I blamed it on the wind, and got back to work. About an hour later, I heard the jingle of my own car keys. It was the exact sound that they make, the heavy Ford key clinking against the lighter house keys. The sound was coming from about 50 yards away, from a dense thicket of trees. I froze, listening. Then silence. Now I was on edge. I wasn't armed, but I grabbed the heaviest tripod leg and stood there for a minute, just listening. There was still nothing. I tried to work, but my focus was shot. And then I heard it again. Dave. Honey, I think I twisted my ankle. Can you help? My blood actually ran cold. It was a perfect imitation of her voice, right down to the little tremble that she gets when she's scared. It was coming from deeper in the woods, away from the road and away from where I could see. Something wanted me to go looking. Instead, I called my wife. She didn't answer, of course. But a moment later, she called back. I said it was nothing and told her to go back to work. I had just started packing my gear, my hands shaking so bad I could barely buckle the case. As I worked, I saw a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. In the shadows between two massive Douglas firs, something tall and stick-thin had shifted. I could see that it was pale, maybe brownish in color. It had been watching me. When it realized I'd seen it or thought I had, it just folded. It didn't run, it just sort of collapsed sideways, back into the trees and vanished. It was all completely unnatural. I left thousands of dollars equipment on the ground, ran the entire mile back to my truck without stopping, and realized I definitely would have to go back. And I did, but not alone. And I quit that job 2 weeks later. I don't know what was in those woods, but it knew that I was there. I mean, it knew me. It knew my sounds. It was trying to lure me in for sure. I've never experienced anything like that. Not before or since. And I know there's others out there that have experienced the same thing. Just no one can seem to agree on what it is. I was working the night shift at a hospital downtown. Not medical staff, just part of the facilities team. I handled basic maintenance, answering calls about jammed doors or flickering lights, that sort of thing. It was decent money, and most nights were quiet. This one night, though, wasn't. There's a wing of the hospital that's been under renovation for years. Budget cuts, contractor issues. Nobody can seem to finish it. It's on the 4th floor, and technically no one's supposed to be up there. But one of the nurses called down around 11:45, saying she heard something banging near the stairwell door up there, and she wanted someone to check it out. I asked if security could handle it, but she sounded uneasy, said she'd already tried calling them. No answer. So I grabbed my badge and keys and took the elevator up. I ran into Tony, another facilities guy that I was training that week. Passing him, I asked if he wanted to tag along. He was new, still had that jumpy energy, but he agreed. Said he didn't want to be hanging out in the basement alone again, which I didn't blame him. When we stepped off the elevator, the whole floor was dark. No motion lights, no background hum of equipment, just silent. The kind of silence that feels too big for a building full of people. We started walking toward the stairwell. Nothing out of place at first, just some tools left out. Plastic sheeting hanging from the ceiling, that smell of dust and drywall. And then we heard it. It sounded like a scream, but it wasn't loud. It was like someone exhaling a scream into your ear, not vocal, just forceful, full of pressure. All the air from someone's lungs all at once. It was right next to us. Tony jumped, actually jumped back a few feet, nearly dropping his flashlight. And then he turned to me, pale as hell. "Did you just breathe on me?" I hadn't moved. He started freaking out, rubbing at his neck, saying he felt something cold, like actual cold breath. I told him to calm down, maybe there was a draft from one of the vents. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. It was too focused, too close, and there was no breeze in that place, only still, dead air. We left pretty fast, didn't even finish checking the stairwell. I told the nurse it was probably a vent shifting or something. Tony didn't talk much for the rest of the night. The next day, he showed me this weird red mark on his neck, like a faint handprint. Not a full one, but just the suggestion of fingers, like pressure from something that wasn't quite physical. He didn't come back after that. Said the job wasn't for him. I've been back on that floor since, during daylight. Nothing strange. But I don't go up there alone anymore at night. If the lights are off even, I just keep moving. I don't even stop to listen. Because whatever that sound was, I don't think it was meant to be heard. And certainly not found. I used to work night shifts at this old bowling alley just off the highway. Mostly part-time stuff, cleaning up after league nights, fixing stuck lanes, keeping drunk guys from climbing into the pin machines, stuff like that. It wasn't glamorous, but it was quiet and weirdly peaceful after closing. There was a row of lockers in the back hallway, metal ones with chipped paint that used to be for regulars years ago. Nobody really used them anymore, except for a couple of old-timers who still kept their shoes and lucky balls locked up. There was one locker, number 19. It was always open. Every night I'd close it, double-check the latch, and the next shift it would be open again. Not busted or hanging, just swung open, like someone had been in it. I thought maybe a customer or another employee was messing with me, so I started padlocking it at the end of my shift. It didn't matter, though. The next night, the padlock would be sitting on the floor, locker open, still empty inside. I brought it up to my manager once. She got really quiet and just said, "Maybe don't touch that one anymore." I asked why, and she just walked away. Wouldn't even look at me. A few nights later, I was closing alone. Everyone was gone. I was doing my final sweep when I heard something slam in the back hallway. Locker 19. I went to check, and sure enough, it was wide open. But this time there was something inside. It looked like a piece of an old work shirt, faded red, smelled like metal and dust. I shut the locker and started to walk away, but then I heard this sound. Low, wet breathing. Not from the hallway, from the ball system, near lane 8. It wasn't running. I got close, thinking maybe something had fallen inside. I leaned down and reached towards the chute, and something pulled back. Not hard, just enough for me to feel it. Cold, damp, like a hand brushing past mine. I left everything where it was. Didn't clock out or finish closing. I called in sick for the rest of the week. When I came back, locker 19 had a sign taped to it, "Do not open." It didn't stop it from being open, though. I try to avoid lane 8, but not exactly possible. Sorta hard to explain that you're not willing to clean or fix something because you think it's haunted. I don't have a lot of clear memories from when I was really young, but there's one that's always stayed with me, so vivid and strange that I know it wasn't a dream. It started when I was about 3. From what I've learned about this time period in my life, my family had just moved into a new apartment. I do remember the place being small and kind of dark, even during the day, like maybe there wasn't enough windows. My room was at the end of the hall, with one little window and a twin bed pushed against the wall. I wasn't scared of the dark, not really, but not long after we moved in, I started noticing something. Every night after I was tucked in and the lights were turned off, I'd see a shape sitting at the end of my bed. It wasn't like a monster or anything cartoonish. It was just a figure, a person-shaped shadow, all black. I never saw eyes or a face, just a solid silhouette sitting quietly, and I knew it was watching me. I was so young I couldn't find the words to describe it to anyone. I didn't even know how to ask if this was something normal, but I knew that it wasn't supposed to be there, not really, and I knew that it was watching me. It never moved, never said a word, just sat with its back straight, its head slightly tilted, like it was trying to figure me out. The first few times, I tried to pull the covers over my face, pretend I didn't see it. But I could still feel it there. Not like a dream. It was heavy in the room. The air changed around it, just as it would if a person had walked in. Every night it came back, for a year. I remember once waking up in the middle of the night, needing to pee. I sat up and saw the figure there, right where it always was. I stared at it for a long time. My heart was racing, but even at that age, I had this weird understanding it wouldn't hurt me. Not exactly, but I didn't want to test it. I climbed down from the bed on the opposite side and walked out of the room, backwards, never taking my eyes off of it. It just stayed seated. I do remember trying to tell my mom about it, but she would just say that I had an overactive imagination. My dad wasn't around back then, and we didn't have a lot of visitors. It was just the two of us. She was working nights most of the time, so I'd often wake up alone in the apartment, except for the sitter who would sleep on the couch. Eventually, we moved to a new place. I remember the first night in our newer apartment, I kept waiting for it to come back. I even stayed awake as long as I could, but it didn't follow. I never saw it again. Now I'm an adult and I still don't know what it was. Sleep paralysis doesn't fit. I could move, talk, get out of bed. It didn't feel like a dream or a trick of the light. It felt intentional, like something had chosen to be there, with me, night after night, watching. I sometimes wonder if it was waiting for something, or maybe just trying to understand what I was. I'll never know, really. But even now, I find that I never look too long at the end of my bed when I wake up in the dark. Just in case. I don't think I would want to see it again. I was about 16 at the time, out drinking with my girlfriend. It was about midnight and we were walking back to my house. There were 2 ways to get there, a busy street and a long bike path through the woods. So we took the bike path. I was walking about 6 feet in front of her and I got that feeling, like something was watching us. It was like a bee sting somewhere like I'd never felt before. I just knew something bad was about to happen. In a split second, I heard it. A sound like someone forcing all of the air from their lungs. And then I heard my girlfriend scream. I turned around to see her face plant on the cement. She asked me why I pushed her. She was mad, but she got confused when she realized I was ahead of her. I was not in arm's reach of her. She heard that loud breath scream right in her ear when something pushed her hard. We booked it back to the other route to my house, taking an extra hour to avoid that path through the woods. When she took her shirt off at my house, she had 2 bruises on her back. No one believed us, but we never walked that path at night again. The house I grew up in was haunted. The way it was laid out, I could see my bedroom down the hall and into the living room. My parents' bedroom door was on the other side of the living room, directly across from my door. Late at night, I would hear someone pacing circles in the living room, but I was the only one awake in the house. We didn't have pets. I never said anything because I didn't want the family to think I was nuts. Eventually, I moved out and went to college. After I graduated, I was in a rough spot, financially. My parents had bought a new house. The old one was still empty. They were considering getting renters. They offered it to me to stay for a while. I said no, I didn't want to move in. Mom asked why. I finally gave in and told her that I thought there was a ghost. My mom froze, turned to look at me, and was like, "You hear her too." Turns out she'd also heard it for years and also seen something, but she didn't say anything for the same reason. The night after my mom's funeral, the porch light wouldn't turn off. I flipped the switch inside the house, nothing. Tried unscrewing the bulb. It stayed lit and then just kind of popped. I even checked the breaker in the garage, thinking maybe it had shorted and fused somehow. Everything looked normal. I left a bulb in it. It stayed on all night. Every night after that, too, same thing. The porch light just glowing. Stopped trying to fix it after a few days. It became a weird sort of comfort, honestly. My mom used to say, "Leave the light on so you can find your way home." A few weeks had passed. On a rainy Tuesday, I came home, late, tired. As I was locking the door, I said out loud, "You can rest now, Mom. I'm okay." The next morning, the bulb had burnt out. The switch worked fine, the breaker untouched. No power issue. I replaced the bulb, flipped the switch, and nothing. The porch light hasn't worked since. So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can. Because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's got to be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips, and when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers move as two of the agents raise their firearms and begin walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, a walkie-talkie chirps. "Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up." There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside, gawking like hens. Me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in-between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later, when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogation started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together. Yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with. So eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, the FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, the FBI decided to set up another group specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food. And I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point by the time the customer came in. It took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, the front doors are automatic and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the 2 glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, the chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s, brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means, but he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good-looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such-and-such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchant-time peddler when I responded something like, of course, what do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question, and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, "What do ye travels require?" over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles. But there's no sign of him. The store is quiet, too, and the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy, really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside, pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening, but I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat, I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again? What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me.